Bring that raw flavor in the heart. Bring that raw flavor. There's no one better. Bring that raw flavor in the heart. Bring that raw flavor. There's no one better. Bring that raw flavor. Bring that raw flavor.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the 45th ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. My name's David Colbert. Next to me is Australia's marathon man, Steve Monaghetti. And Emil Zatopek said, if you want to experience life, go for a run. If you want to really experience a different life, run a marathon. And that's what 15,000 competitors from 50 countries are going to experience today.
And how exciting is it? It's beautiful conditions, great day, and they'll be nervous, but nervous with anticipation.
No doubt about that. In fact, I was on the start line this time last year running the marathon. Dave Robertson's our man on the ground, fresh off a 10K on the road yesterday with you, Mona. Tore up the road. And Robbo, good morning to you and welcome down on the start line.
And Steve, good day viewers and everyone here on the Gold Coast. It's like Christmas morning here, such is the excitement. All the runners and the spectators around here wish we could bottle this excitement, and it's just amazing. We've got pretty good conditions this morning, about 16 degrees at the moment. It's not going to get too much warmer for the next couple of hours, up to 17, 18 degrees. Bit of humidity, 85%, 80%. Not a breath of wind, just enough to keep us cool as we head out on our journey down to the southern parts of the Gold Coast. But pretty good conditions here this morning, so good luck to all the runners out there, out on the streets of the Gold Coast. We're going to have a very special couple of guests to kick us off, as is the norm here on the Gold Coast. We're going to have Uncle John Graham very shortly to do a welcome to country, so please pay attention to that. And following that will be the great Rob De Castella to do his usual pre-race rev up. So going to hand over now, please, can you pay your...
Uncle John Graham, who will be doing our welcome to country. Thanks, Uncle John.
What a cracker of a morning. It's beautiful one day, perfect the next on the coast. I'm real happy. Everyone's bouncing around behind me. They're ready to rock and roll. Bagel, Yungai, Jimbalungs, g'day friends. My name's John Graham, proud Kumbamerri man, saltwater man of the Gold Coast region. Our people are part of the Waiti Yugambeh language group, whose lands stretch from the Logan River in the north, the Tweed River in the south, the other side of the Great Dividing Range out past Bow Desert, up to a place called Teviot Brook in the north, bordered by the beautiful Pacific Ocean. Kumbamerri land stretched from the Goomera and the Coomera River down to the Tweed and to the foothills of the mountains. As it all welcomes, I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, because it was the old people that fought the good fight in dark and desperate times, not of people our generation to work with other Australians towards a reconciled nation in order for us to leave a legacy for our young people, for they are the bearers of the flame, the keepers of knowledge, and keep our culture strong into the future. I pay my respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across this nation, and I pay my respects to the spirit of this land and her people, which includes everyone here this morning, and that includes all our international visitors as well. Until we meet again, enjoy yourselves, be safe, and look after one another. Nunya boo, nunya boo. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that national anthem was sung by Isabella Burke.
Well done, Isabella Burke there with the national anthem, and you can see the athletes, the assembled elites at the start, and then the rest of the field that are getting ready, Mona, and it is a nervous time for those running their debut marathon, but also for the elites as they begin their 42.195 kilometre journey.
Yeah, getting their watches ready and all those final little nervous things you do just before the gun goes.
Good wheelchair field headed by Madison Di Rosario, of course, two-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Paralympic champion, and there's our elite field too. And there's such depth, particularly in the men, Mona, where we've got 11 sub-10 men marathon runners. That's a crack field, and the course record will be under threat, no doubt about that. So we're not too far away from a start. We will take a short break before we get to the start of our elite races, the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2025. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back for the start.
Took some time to celebrate. Just one day of life. It would be so nice. Holiday. Oh yeah. Celebrate. Come on, let's celebrate. Holiday.
China Airlines, the gateway to the world, seamlessly connecting Taiwan to Asia. With China Airlines, the whole world opens up to you.
Koda Hoganoi.
Oda!
Madison Di Rosario there on the start line for the elite wheelchair race. Strong men's lineup headed by the Australians Jake Lappin, Sam Rizzo and Sam Carter, and a couple of internationals as well, including Tyre Biesmeier, who won the 10K yesterday, the 43-year-old from the USA. Will Chaffee's been a regular in the Paralympic team, a veteran now at 49 years of age, and tying the start line today. There's a lot of the para-triathlons as well, including here on the Gold Coast in 2018. Fast course for the wheelies.
Very fast, no hills, a couple little canal crossings, that's about it.
Jake Lappin's been a two-time winner here, so he was probably the favourite at personal best of 1:29.25 from Boston, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games. Expect to get a fast start from him. Sam Rizzo, the man from your territory, Mona, Buninyong in Victoria, coached by Richie Coleman, Paris Paralympian, making his debut in the marathon.
Exciting to see what Sam be able to do. Caught up with him yesterday.
Big step up from the 800 and the 1500 for the wheelies. Tyler Byers.
Plenty of variety, and they take on all distances.
So there's the American. Be interesting to watch him in action. And Madison Di Rosario, who's an absolute star of Australian sport, no matter whether it's para or able-bodied. And Michaela Dingley, who's a youngster from Canberra, won the 10K here in 2022, but this is her debut for the marathon. So we're just about ready for the start for our wheelchair category. Elite able-bodied athletes lining up behind them.
Athletes, on your mark.
So away they go. The journey begins. 42.195 kilometres.
ASICS Gold
as they head down towards Miami on this fast course, particularly at the start for the wheelies, where there's a long downhill stretch as they go over the bridge, and the pace will be on from the beginning. And as you would expect, you just get in the slipstream and maintain a solid pace, and that's what they want to do. Good
Don't
opportunity.
underestimate. They are flying. They are absolutely. They'll zip around this course in about an hour 30, and incredible the speeds they get up to out on the roads.
Just want to make sure that they'll chop and change like a cycling peloton. They're pretty good, the wheelies, in terms of taking their turn in front and then letting their teammate / opponent take their turn.
Terrific camaraderie amongst these competitors. They know each other well, and they'll help each other out to a degree.
Yeah, until the race gets on in earnest. And there's not too many hills here. In fact, the hills are little pimples, really. There's, as they come back towards the finish line here and then head off up towards Runaway Bay, there's a long stretch of a gradient that is uphill, but there's no significant climbs in this course.
No, and the interesting thing here is we're noticing they're basically still in darkness. It's just, we're just on dawn, and the lights just starting. Can we see the cyclists accompanying there with their lights on? So it's as early as you can be starting, and clear daylight about to break.
So the elite men's field on the start line, as we mentioned, sub 10 runners galore, 11 of them. Gaggle of Ethiopians, Kenyans and Japanese in particular. Ayana of Ethiopia, 2:07.15 in Paris is his personal best. He goes in as the fastest in the field. He's probably the favourite, Mona, but there's 10 or 15 athletes that can win there, including Sampiru of Kenya.
We know the Africans strong in distance running, but here the Japanese are really have got a great history here. So whilst we focus on the Africans, Ethiopians, Kenyans, we'll get to the Japanese. Higashi, one of those who's got a great pedigree and will be very competitive for a long way.
Yeah, 7th last year, so he knows the course, knows the experience in his 8th marathon as a 2:08 man. Women's field headed by Rhoda Tanui of Kenya. 2:23.14 is her personal best. She's won here twice in 2019 and 2023, and I do think that helps. Caroline Khalil of Kenya, 2:22 marathoner, made her debut in 2004. She's run a lot of races, but she's won the Boston Marathon. Cheshire of Kenya's a 2:24 runner. Hitching Yui of Hong Kong, a national record holder, one of the 50 countries. There's Workney as well of Ethiopia. Wide open, I think, both races, Mona.
Yeah, Tanui's the favourite, and I think, as you say, Ayana in the men's, but expect a really strong Japanese presence.
Australians, Reece Edwards in the men, and just hearing that Millie Clark might not be on the start line in the women's will confirm that, but let's go back to Robbo. In fact, let's go to Deke, because Deke's ready to go, and he gives an emotional address like you've never seen before. Let's head to Rob De Castella.
De Castella.
Welcome, runners, to the start of the 2025 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Your marathon. Now it's your time to rise, to struggle, and to achieve. We've record numbers here at the start, but anyone can start. You must earn your marathon finish with effort. So we salute your courage, because you all know it's going to hurt. But pain is temporary. A marathon is forever. You pay homage to the first and the greatest marathoner of all time, Pheidippides, the Greek soldier who over 2,500 years ago gave his life for his people when he ran 42 kilometres from Marathon to Athens. The marathon is his legacy. You are his legacy. But do not disrespect the marathon. Remember, the first 30 kilometres is a warm-up. The marathon starts at 30 kilometres. The marathon is the last 12 kilometres. Embrace the struggle and make pain your friend. Because the harder the struggle, the greater the reward. And you must celebrate your finish. Celebrate your marathon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rob De Castella. And as we said before, we do welcome you to the start line. Our official start will be Mark Brunton, Managing Director of ASICS Oceania. 5 seconds to start. On your marks.
So they're underway. The 45th Gold Coast Marathon has commenced. 42.195 kilometres on this super fast course on a perfect day on the Gold Coast. 15,000 competitors from 50 countries taking on the ultimate endurance test. And as we heard from Rob De Castella, you feel good on the start line, Mona, until Deke starts talking, and then all of a sudden you get petrified. If you're one of the 15,000, many of whom are running their first marathon, you understand now what's about to unfold in front of you. For the elites, well, they're a bit more experienced and they know exactly what they need to do.
They do. As Rob said, it's going to hurt. I think that'll be ringing in a few people's ears about now, and hopefully they don't get too sort of fired up and take off too quickly, and hopefully stick to their pace. But yeah, we'll see. Everybody out there, they've all got a story. It's wonderful to see 15,000 people out on the roads of the Gold Coast. And where else would you want to be on a beautiful morning on the coast?
Well, we talked about the conditions and the darkness that we've got at the moment, and then the sun pops up to their left, so they're heading south down towards Miami as they're up in the Southport Parklands at the moment. They'll go across the bridge and then they take a turn. We'll have a look at the course shortly, but they then run up towards the Spit and then back down straight. It's a pretty easy course, Mona, hard to get lost.
It is. It's a bit of a coat hanger. You sort of come back through this start-finish area, but you just get into your work now. They've got a long way where they do run south, so just establishing a bit of a rhythm in this early stages of the event and let the pacers do their work. Just hopefully your body's feeling good and it's your day.
So this elite men's field, as we said, headed by Ayana, the Ethiopian, one of 11 sub-10. The course record, Naoka Kayami of Japan set in 2023 of 2:07.40. Under threat today, I think?
I think so. Conditions are pretty
Fast
good.
time, though, 2:07. It's a solid run.
It is, yeah. And we have seen the progression over the last few years. So at some stage you can't break records because it's pretty hard to get.
Well, they broke one yesterday. In the men's half marathon, the fastest time ever by an Australian on Australian soil. Fantastic run from Andy Buchanan, 1:01.08, Pat Carroll's record, and you're in that race, Mona. So we know the conditions are fast, and the conditions today are a little hotter than they were yesterday. It feels there's a little bit more humidity in the air, a little stickier, and as that sun pops up, it'll become a factor.
Yeah, it will, and humidity, you know, that's the thing where you're getting dehydrated and you're not evaporating your sweat. So we all talk about the humidity being a little bit high. And that's what happens when it's humid conditions. You don't evaporate the sweat, so you boil from the inside. But no wind, which is great, Dave, so terrific that they won't have to battle wind, because if you are heading in one direction for a long way, if you do have a headwind, then that can obviously have an impact. But pretty still out there, so all looking good. But our women, they look like they're... the women will always have a big pack, you know, it's a mixed race. They've always got men around them, so a lot happening.
45th edition of the Gold Coast Marathon is underway. This huge field of weekend warriors getting their race underway as we head back to the men's field. Reece Edwards is the leading Australian here. I just might touch on Millie Clark, Mona, because she was the leading Australian on the start line, but you told me just before that you didn't think that she was towing the line this morning.
No, I've heard a whisper that she might not be running, and Millie's very experienced. She wouldn't be running unless she's in good shape, and she knows the course and knows marathons inside out, so I'm not sure if she's ended up getting to the start line, so I'll look out for her, but I don't think she's there.
Now, interestingly, the man in front, Victor, on the bib, not on my start list, Mona, so I'm not sure if he's running the pace or...
I think they're pacing, yeah.
So behind him, Kiprono, Vincent Kiprono, the 20-year-old from Kenya. He's one of the ones I think that might be one of those to watch, that a group of Japanese runners as well that are making their debut, and we've got some strong performances over the half marathon distance. So we've got this mix between the experienced runners, some of them that have run a lot of marathons. In fact, Surod Badachi, the Mongolian, 43 years of age, has run 6 Olympics. So he's a very experienced athlete. Let's take a look at the map of the course here, give an indication of where they are and where they're going on this flat and fast Gold Coast Marathon, starting up on Southport Parklands. Perfect area here. In fact, we're located at the Southport Aquatic Centre, which was the venue for swimming Commonwealth Games. They head down over that famous bridge, of course, the Commonwealth Games. That's where all the drama occurred. And then this little extra bit, Mona, because we're not going all the way down to Burleigh, so they head up to SeaWorld
just
and
have
then
a bit
turn
of
around.
a look at SeaWorld, a few rides on the way through.
Yeah, but again, I won't keep banging on about this, but I did run this marathon last year, so I know these roads very well. And this is a great section for all of the athletes because it's flat, it's easy, and you just want to tick off your kilometre marks based on whatever pace you want to run till you get to the turnaround at Miami.
And it is one of the world's great beaches. You know, you're looking out over the water. If it is a bit painful, you have got a pretty good scenic view out to your left as you're heading down the coast and turning around and coming back.
But the good thing for the runners is that there's not too many twists and turns. You've just got that one turnaround little section here where you head back onto the Gold Coast Highway to avoid Hedges Avenue. That's a bit of a change this year. It's a narrow road. The other thing that I really enjoyed last year and the runners will enjoy this year is the number of people that are out on the course, because there's a residential area, people are coming out to watch not only their family and friends, but the locals get out and support the runners as well.
It's become a tradition to be out on the course and supporting runners that are coming by, so lots of people setting up, got their deck chairs out, enjoy the human running, a human wave that passes their seats as they're out watching today.
And they'll be able to watch it on our coverage here and then see when the athletes are coming towards them. This is another beautiful spot, but it does start to get warm here, and you know that you're in the business end. As Deke said so passionately, the race doesn't start till 30k, and this gets a bit mean because you go past the finish line at 31k. 31k, Mona, you've still got 11 to go, and you can see the finish line, but there's a long way home as you head up towards Runaway Bay.
And back, and we don't want to predict it early, but this is where the race really unfolds. You've got to do this section where you have got, and you're running away from the finish line, which is never great mentally, but you're challenging for the elites right through to all our runners. All 15,000 today battle this section of the course.
And it's a great section as you come back towards the finish line. All the run clubs are set up there with their tents, and there's a huge atmosphere. You've got the runners coming both ways at that stage. So if you're an age grouper, if you're one of the many, you see the elites go past, and that gives you motivation as well, and then you get on to the finishing straight. So it's a tremendous course. It's the fastest in Australia, and we've got a good field of athletes.
One of the world's great finishes, I reckon, in the Broadwater Parklands. The atmosphere there as you come back is just amazing. The people supporting, but as you say, those tents of run clubs that are along the course, great way to finish. And can really, everyone loves finishing a marathon, especially a first one, but it's no better than crossing that finish line here at Broadwater Parklands. Just establishing, we're still seeing it. It's not as dark as you're seeing on screen, so they're just those paces, and we might talk a little bit about that. Those paces, Dave, they just set the pace up. They'll be running at about record pace, and that's their job. There's 3 of them, I think, today, and they'll take the lead, take the wind if there was any, and just kind of allow the real runners to just settle into their rhythm. Don't have to worry about the pace because they know it's on the money.
For the experienced campaigners, the start of the race, they've been up early this morning. They know their nutrition and hydration, and the science monitors improved, significantly from your days. And you just used to do the carbo loading, and that was about it. But the gels and the hydration and the science that goes, not to mention the shoes, of course, but they've timed their preparation to the minute. And at this stage in the race, you always feel a bit nervous because you feel a little heavy. You've got a lot of nervous energy, but you've got the food that you've eaten and you've loaded up, ready to go. And
yeah, you never feel great early, and you never feel as good as what you want to feel. I can tell you that. That's obvious. But
it's strange though, isn't it? Because you've freshened up and you haven't been running it, but you do feel heavy in the early stages, and that's always a little disconcerting sometimes.
Yeah, it can be, exactly. And I think you've practiced it in a lot of your training, so hopefully it's a normal feeling. But like you say, you're freshened up, so your legs actually they're not as conditioned as you want. So it takes you a little bit of time just to get into your running. And, obviously you don't want to burn too much energy early, so having a bit of that sort of heavy feeling's probably okay. It means you've probably, your nutrition's on, the stuff you got on board is going to work for you later in the event.
There's 9 athletes in that lead group at the moment. I love the sound of the shoes on the ground, and for runners that helps you get into the rhythm. I find that you feel the rhythm. It's the metronomic sound that we've got. Let's listen.
I used to listen a lot to the runners because I was often in the front, and you can get a sixth sense for how people are going. You hear the shoes, and if they are a bit quicker on the pitter patter, they might be struggling a bit. And then the new super shoes, they're louder than ever.
Yeah,
so you do find that noise and that, as you say, that metronomic rhythm of the sound of your feet on the roadway. And sometimes people at home, sometimes they don't like hearing us. I love that silence of just hearing the feet on the road.
No, I agree with that. And the women leaders, and it's always interesting for the women because they're surrounded by a group of men that pacers, but also that are looking to run around that 224, 225 pace. So, quality male runners, but they're able to surround the women, but also sometimes it's a bit claustrophobic for the elite women runners as well.
It can be, that's right, and they want to sit in, but you don't want to be tripped up, or you need to have, sometimes you like to be in your own rhythm and just have a little gap so you can see the road in front of you when you're stepping out.
Yeah.
Road to Tanui there, I think, be going to be really prominent. We're going to see her for a lot of the journey today. And Fraser, there is pacing. He's one of our pacers that we've got some pacers in there for the women as well. And, these are experienced, as you say, 224 marathon runners. It's good going.
Yeah. So it's Rhoda Tanui of Kenya, Rebecca Cheshire, a Kenyan as well, 224 runner, and their teammate, the 3 Kenyans, Caroline Khalil, 222.34 in Frankfurt, went to Boston in 2011, her 45th marathon. There's SeaWorld. So head up.
Roller coaster. They'll have a roller coaster of the journey today for a lot of our participants without throwing a line in there, but out on the course there'll be lots of ups and downs in your own personal journey.
Sam Rizzo's leading the men's.
Sam is out early.
So interesting for Sam, we talked about him, the man from Buninyong and the Paralympian 800, 1500, 5,000 for the 24-year-old Commonwealth Games representative where he made his debut for Australia, was 6th on the Gold Coast in the 1500, broke Kurt Fearnley's 1500-metre Australian record. He's been a regular here on the Gold Coast, won the 10K in 2022, but debut in the marathon, so
yeah, and he's just
experience.
moved to the AIS. I caught up with him last night, just moved to the AIS and in a new phase of his running and ready to go, and he's obviously feeling good today.
And like the able-bodied, just get in your rhythm, and of course the wheelies can make the benefit, make the most of the little downhill sections to just have a little breather, punishing on the arms, and a pretty good course for them.
A couple little speed bumps that they have to negotiate, but other than that, pretty flat, fast and furious out there this morning.
great scenes here on the Gold Coast as our race is underway for 2025. We're going to take a short break. Welcome back to our coverage of the 45th ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Wherever you're watching live stream around the world or in Australia on the Nine Network. Hope you're enjoying an early morning start. Beautiful conditions here on the Gold Coast. And many family and friends will be waiting and watching for their loved ones to cross the line. And come off is over 6 hours, and that live stream is very popular as we head back to our men's with our pacemaker on the middle of the screen. A couple of Japanese runners as well, and there's a couple of Japanese pacemakers as well.
I think that's them on left of screen. I'm pretty sure and you'll see then they'll be prominent. That's their job and that's what they're here to do. So they'll make sure, they may keep, might sneak a look behind to make sure everyone's okay, as we're seeing there. So I think that you'll find that's a mix of a couple of paces and then our lead runners.
So through 5K, around 3-minute K pace, spot on. It's what they were planning for.
That's quick, 2:06.36.
Well,
my maths is right.
Pace, yeah.
That's a minute under course record. So they're, whilst it looks like they're just jogging, they are going very fast at this early stages of the race.
And our lead women, they're on fast time as well.
Yes, just under 3:30, so 17:30 would give you 3:30 K pace. So it's fast running to 2:26. So there may be a little bit casual with the women. I reckon they might be just outside that course record, and there's quite a pack there. So I think they're pretty cruisy early, Dave, I reckon.
So that women's course record, Nakamura, Japan, 2:24.22.
See a lot of the men there ahead of them, just a big pack here, and there will be around the women for a long time, and getting a bit of clear space there, just letting them know they're passing a wheelchair competitor.
There's a lot of space on the road though, on this course, so you kind of always feel like you've got some free road ahead of you. Aside from when you're passing the wheelies, you can see the chaperone there on the bike just to let the elites know, and the second of the drink stations as well. Interesting that the athletes are making the most of that early. Of course, they'll have their special drinks at various locations, but a mix of the carbohydrates fixes the sponsor of that here, and the water as well, and I think that gives an indication. We saw at the first 5K that a few of the athletes were making the most of that water stop early, so it is a warm morning.
And it's kind of the rule, you know, if you're thirsty, it's too late, so you try to get your fluid on, and then you're probably a bit more relaxed early, and you try to get to the drink. So always nervous moments when you're going, you're always on the left-hand side, and you've got to make way. You sprint ahead to get a bit of space, but and then you try and find your personal drink, and it's the happiest moment of the day when you find your personal drink, let me tell you from personal experience.
So you can see the rest of the field heading up towards SeaWorld on the left-hand side, and now elite male leaders are on this long stretch through Main Beach and then into Surfers Paradise, Broad Beach, etc. It's a beautiful part of the course. It's so flat. There's virtually no wind this morning at all. It can be a little problematic here on the Gold Coast if there is a wind, but you have a tailwind for a long section and then a headwind for a long section as well, but nothing to speak of this morning.
No, it's been very calm. I was taking note of it as well, walking and arriving today, and all very clear and good condition. That will make the humidity a little bit more of a factor if there's no wind, but...
Little overcast though, and I think that will help as well, because yesterday in the half marathon here, the sun was out. You ran the 10K, Mona. It didn't start until sort of mid-morning, and the sun was beating down then, and particularly, well, you're from Ballarat, so you're freezing. I'm from Melbourne, where it's cold, but it was warm. It felt hot, didn't it? And direct sunlight, and that's, if that's beating down on you, you just feel like that's having more of an impact. So there are three pacemakers in the centre of the screen. Sampiru of Kenya, the 31-year-old, is the man we can see in the middle, the white top. 2:07.25 from Seville this year, which I always like when you look at the form of the runners, Mona. And only his 5th marathon here, so he's relatively inexperienced compared to some of our athletes in the field, but he's a 60-minute... form's good form. Yeah, and he's a 60-minute half marathon man as well. And that's where, we'll talk about some of the debut, and we look at their half marathon time, but it is only half of a marathon, so what happens in a half marathon can be quite deceptive compared to making that step up to the full marathon. And you don't just double your time, you've got to have a bit more allowance than that. So we'll see how those debut runners go. And as I say to people, I see a few of them in the few days leading in, you only ever run your first marathon once, so enjoy it. And for those debutants, it's the anxiety of what's to come, and knowing the marathon it's the strangest event, Mona, because I think it's about the only event, maybe the full Ironman if you're a triathlon, where you never run the full distance in your training. No, well you don't, and you can, but it takes up much of a toll on your body that you normally don't. And what was your longest run? Well, I actually did a 3-hour run just so I was out there longer than I was going to be on the road. So that was a time-based every preparation you would do a 3 hours? 6 weeks. Okay. 6 weeks out, I'd do a 3-hour run. Is that would be? Not nowadays. I probably don't do as much. How many every K's Sunday. Did you cover? So I was running 200 K's a week in training, but in that run I'd probably get about 42, probably at the pace I was running. But it's rare, isn't it? Once. You're running the full distance and never at the pace. You run the marathon pace all the time, of course, and faster than that in your intervals and etc. But it's just such a unique element of the marathon. For the majority of the field here, the 15,000 runners, this will be, if they're making their debut, they've never run as far as they're going to run today. Exactly. Which is, you're running into that unknown, and we can't predict. We don't know, and that's the thing. You're not sure how you're going to make that change. And whilst you've done all the training and you've done your preparation and you're on the start line, you are still running into the unknown. I mean, my first marathon was at the Commonwealth Games, and I was luckily in a medal position, but I didn't know what, I got to 33, 34K, and I'm thinking, oh gosh, I'm getting a bit tired. Well, you were a 10,000 metre runner back then on the track, and that's the main reason why you went in the marathon. Yeah. The best story about that, of someone that's just decided to have a run, was our first Olympian, Edwin Flack. He ran the 800, the 1500. He played the mixed doubles in Athens with a British partner. They won a bronze medal, and then he decided to run the marathon. Just for something to do. Just turn up and run. And he was in the lead for a long way. In fact, at halfway he was in the lead, and the Greek fans on the side of the road were very unhappy with him. Yeah. And he got to halfway, and he realised that it was a little bit further than the 8 and the 15, and that was it.
Yeah, he just stopped.
A little bit ambitious was our man.
But he's a legend, Edwin Flack. He's my hero because he allows us, you know, one of those great things about Australia having competed at all the Olympic, or participated at all the Olympic Games because of Edwin Flack in 1896. But we digress.
Oh, it's a great story. He just decided to run the marathon. And this is, again, we'll probably say this a few times. This is a great section of the course because the beach is on the left-hand side. You can see it. There's no impediments to what's going on there. And a little downhill section as they exit Main Beach and head towards Surfers Paradise. So there's our elite group. They're all together. They're running a fast time. They're on course record pace. We'll take a break and come back with more.
The best way to fly is the easy way. The one that gets you on your way sooner. Where you can find everything you need, as well as a few extra ones. And has you feeling like the fun doesn't need to wait. The best times begin at Gold Coast Airport. GCA, the best way to fly.
Liam.
Yeah.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 45th Gold Coast Marathon, presented by ASICS, David Colbert, Steve Monaghetti, and we're joined by Brett Lana of Japanese Running News. Brett, welcome to you. We've got a huge lineup of Japanese athletes here. It's been one of the hallmarks of this event that it's helped grow the influx of Japanese runners, not just the elites, but also the huge number of weekend warriors, the age groupers that have come along here, and you must be staggered when you see the growth of this event.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been coming to the Gold Coast Marathon since 2013, and yeah, just seeing the increase in the scale of the event, it's fantastic. As you said, the Japanese elite runners have really played a key role in the event over the years, and with the popularity and visibility of distance running as a spectator sport in Japan, they really play a big role in popularizing this event with the Japanese public, and I think you see that in the participation numbers. I think this year is the highest number of Japanese participants since before the pandemic.
And I heard it's a welcome function. They're back on the leaderboard in terms of the international field. Huge number of elite men. In fact, there's 11 on the start list here, including a few debutantes. But Mona, you know so much about the Japanese running scene. Tokyo was your domain there, and the Ekidens and the corporate running culture and all of that. It's a fascinating thing. The Japanese
it's embedded in their culture, and why do we have such a great presence here on the Gold Coast, and why do the Japanese always run well here, Brett? What is it you know, the proximity? Do they hold this in high regard?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an event, like as I said, that Japanese athletes have won many times, and so that's going to motivate other people to come because Japanese runners are seeing other Japanese runners doing well here, and so they're like, I want to come here too. I think it is a long trip. You know, it's in terms of the time to get here, it's comparable to going to North America or Europe, but the big difference is there's basically no time difference, and so it's a huge advantage that they have in coming here. You know, compared to say Africans where they're coming, and if they're coming from Africa, they're going to have significant jet lag, and the Japanese don't. And so this is an excellent event for them to come feeling fresh and be able to run the same kind of performance that they might inside Japan, but in much cooler conditions, much better weather than they're having in Japan at this time of year.
Of course, the World Championships will be in Tokyo in September this year, and we're looking forward to getting back to the National Stadium in Tokyo with some crowds, which we didn't have during the Tokyo Olympics. And the marathon, of course, then was up in Sapporo after, a bit strange, it was going to be cooler up there, apparently. The Ekiden and the corporate running scene, Brett, just tell us a little bit about that culture of the corporate support where you effectively have an employee whose job it is to be a runner for you.
Yeah, indeed. That's one of the things that is relatively unique to Japan. They do have an extensive kind of post-collegiate team system. That's nominally semi-pro. I think the degree of actual pro status depends on team to team, but essentially you have big corporations, like if we're looking at who's on screen right now, there's a supermarket chain, a software company, a car parts company, or two car parts companies, National Railway, all of these different kinds of companies, and they're sponsoring, you know, 12 to 20 runners to represent the company. And the primary role of them is in the big national championship Ekidens, which have massive TV audiences. And so you might ask why they're doing that. You know, there's an established culture of it, and new companies want to get into that. Obviously, seeing the company logo on the big TV broadcast is big. One of the things that's maybe less appreciated is that they kind of serve as role models for the rest of the company. So the rest of the company workers see this one group of people representing the company working together to achieve a goal, and that will motivate them to cheer them on and work harder for their own company. And then, of course, you know, there's also a tax benefit to the company to be putting some money into the team. So all these things serve to create a really well-established team system.
Just went through the 10-kilometre mark right on 30 minutes, so 15 for the first 5 and then another 15, so they're still on that course record pace. The Ekiden's a fantastic event. It's effectively a relay over the marathon distance and unique to Japan. It's been trialled in a few different countries, but it just hasn't seemed to take on. It's a bit of a, so Kipchirchir is a pacemaker, and a couple of the others as well in that list on the top page are our pace, and the rest of them are right behind them. You've run some Ekidens, and the Australians used to go there for the National Ekiden Series as well. It's a great event, isn't it?
It is a wonderful event, and the Ekiden, for Dave you mentioned, and Brad, and it's a marathon distance, but you do it as a relay, and I would often run the last leg and the reception that you would get, and we had a great record up there, and there's a great history in Ekiden running, and it's spread around the world now, and nice.
There should be a world championship in
There
Ekiden.
should be a world championship.
There should be a world Ekiden championship, and it should be in Japan every year. Anyway, I'll send Seb a message after this and just let him know that.
That's what we've decided?
We've decided. We've decided that there should be a World Ekiden Championship. In fact, it would be great at the World Championships if you've got all those athletes there and they could back up and you could have a Ekiden at the back end of a World Championship.
And they will often do that. They'll have a race on a Saturday now and a relay on a Sunday, especially in junior competitions around the world. So a nice way of doing it, and people recovering and backing up well.
Our elite women's field surrounded by the men, so we've got Cheshire, Khalil and Yamir are the top 3 women at the moment. The 2 Kenyans, Caroline Khalil and Rebecca Shear. Rhoda Tanui's in that mix as well.
Also see our number 2 ranked woman from Mongolia, Kichiksagan Galbadrak, in that pack. So there's 4 together there. Yeah.
There's a few of the Mongolians competing here, selected for the
5.
World Championships 2025. So it's not too far away. It's a good effort to back up after this. Not as many Japanese women as we've got the men this year, Brett, but Mona talked about the course records, etc., and the leading Japanese woman, Natsuki Ogawa, 2:36.42. So this will be a good opportunity for her to run a PB today if she's not right at the top of the field.
Certainly. I don't think she would be in a position to be racing for the course record in that lead pack, but you know, with a 2:36 PB coming here, you could certainly expect a big improvement from her. When I spoke with her yesterday, she said she was in good shape, feeling good. So we'll see where she can go.
Have you got a selection of the Japanese men? We talked about the depth with Karaguchi 207 and Gashi's a 208. In fact, there's a string of 208 runners. So and then we've got the debutantes as well. There's a couple of youngsters that are making their debut.
Yeah, it's there's a number of very interesting people right now. So the three that we're seeing in front right now are all pacers. The two Japanese men and the Kenyan in the middle. They all have World Marathon majors coming up this fall, and this serves the purpose both as a paying job for them and as a good workout for them. Just behind them is Kikuchi, who is kind of a little-known Japanese runner, but he came out and ran really, really big in Osaka this year. Didn't quite finish as strong as he had been running, but he was running 2:05 pace most of the way there, and is following up here. Among the debutantes, the popular consensus among the Japanese is Yuto Imae, who's on screen to the left there. But when I spoke with all the Japanese athletes, they all thought he's going to run a really good debut here today. He paced in the Tokyo Marathon this year and was excellent. He's got a fantastic half marathon PB, I believe it's 60:33. Also on screen is his teammate debuting, Aoi Ota, who's very interesting. I think for people watching back in Japan, they are watching primarily for him. He was a huge star at the Hakone Ekiden, which is the massively popular university Ekiden. At Hakone, he ran the equivalent of a 58-minute half marathon on his stage, and definitely thinks that means he's going to run 2:02 in the marathon. He debuted in the Tokyo Marathon this year. His actual half marathon PB is 62:30, but he went through halfway in 61:19. Of course, DNF'd around 35 kilometers going off of that in his debut. He's scheduled to run Berlin and is doing this to try to get one under his belt successfully before then. So that's Aoi Ota right there in the middle of the screen. So I think they're the two debutantes, Yuto Imae and Aoi Ota, that everyone is excited about.
Yeah, it's great information, and we go back to our lead women through 10K 34:56.
So they're a little bit, I sense, and there's Moose pacing and Fraser. The women are off a little bit, so they're not, I think they were looking to run about 2:24, and I reckon they're out for 2:26, 2:27. So they're definitely not. The pacers are trying to encourage them, come on, let's get rolling, let's keep this pace going, we're a bit off, and we want to get this speed up a little bit, our lead women there. So they seem pretty relaxed, though. I'm not sure they're too keen on going any quicker at the moment.
If you're poker players, there's the signs are not strong for a fast time. They looked anxious earlier. We saw the main pacer, Fraser, in the Runners One singlet, a great running group in South Australia with Riley Cox and Izzy Bat-Doyle, who's currently preparing for the World Championships in the women's marathon. But they've been looking around and they're busy and they're anxious, the men that are surrounding this lead women's group. Yeah,
they're definitely Moose from, I know Julian Spencer from Inside Running Podcast, and he's an experienced runner himself, and I know they're agitated. They're saying, why aren't you on our tail? We don't want to break away here, but we are just a little bit off pace. So I'm sensing that the women are happy to be sitting where they are on that 2:26, 2:27 pace right now, which might suggest they're feeling it's a little bit humid out there. I'm not sure. I'm trying to pick if they're overly sweating early, but no reason to think they can't run fast. The men are on really quick pace. They're on around 2. So I say sub 2:7 if they're running 3-minute Ks, but around 2:7. That's really quick early.
Yeah, the target pace that the pacemakers were assigned was 3:01 per kilometer, which would be a 30-10 split at 10K, and they were quite a bit ahead of that, much closer to 3 minutes. So definitely that's 2:06 pace, high 2:06 pace, so on-course record pace.
And when we talk about the Japanese, and I've only ever paced one marathon in my life, and remember going to the technical briefing the night before, and they were saying, we want you to run, 3:04K pace. And they said, oh, there's a few turns here and a bit of wind. It's okay if there's a bit of wriggle room on that. And they said, yeah, you can run 3:03 or 3:05. 1 second. Gosh, that was all I had in my wriggle room. And I thought, oh, gosh, I'm going to be under pressure. But I got to about 30K, my work was done, luckily.
And pre-watch too.
Oh, your pre-watch, that's right. I was a bit nervous coming up to the K markers, so it was. But it is a really important job that they do, and they will keep this pace going. And this is really quick. The men are, whilst we're talking about the women being a little bit off pace, the men are going hard. I reckon they're going a bit too hard. They're almost, I can feel like they're straining a little bit at this really early stage. They're only 12K. As we know, they're less than quarter way through the event. So
that's a live tracker there at 3:01 and
just over a quarter. So less than a third of the way through, and 3:01 on the polar pace tracker there, and that is, I know that is 2:07.00 pace. So they are really having a crack this morning.
Yeah, I get the feeling watching this that the pacer Tsubasa Ichiyama, who's in pink, who's a 2:06.00 marathoner, is trying to hold it back a little bit. He's pulled back a couple of times, and the other two pacers have continued to go a little bit faster. So I think he's trying to tug on the reins a bit and have them back off closer to 3:01.
And the best place to be here, and we see this a lot with the international marathons, if we can't see you and we haven't spoken about you, you're probably in the right spot. You're at the back there just hiding away, and you just stroll along.
In the pack, but sort of the back of it. You don't want to be the last, because if you're the last, you're obviously the first off. So in the pack there at the back is safely tucked away, Dave.
So 40 minutes in, approaching the 14-kilometre mark for our elite leaders. Around to see where their charges are, but also just so the man on the left-hand side, Tsubasa, he has had a couple of big looks, and he's going to need a neck massage when he gets home back to the hotel this afternoon, because I think he wants them to settle down a fraction.
Yeah. As we said, like, the pace is slightly faster than planned, so I think he's trying to get them to back off a little bit.
They do seem to have just relaxed a little bit now, so I think they sort of had that bit of a panic through the drink station there, and they've probably now relaxed a little bit.
From your perspective, Mona, you're going into this race as one of the favourites. You want to run a fast time. You know what your pre-race strategy is. If the pace is a little faster, what's your strategy? Do you sit at the back and do you have to make the decision to go and stretch, or do you run a little bit conservative and take a risk that they're...
Yeah, you probably stay on the pack because you don't want to drop off, so you want to have that group around you, and you would probably be saying, well, there's some seconds I've got up my sleeve, so if we do have a slower section of the course or a slower couple of K, well, I've got a couple up my sleeve anyway.
The most staggering thing for me about elite marathon running is the pace that they run. And so 400 metre split at the moment. What are they going around in?
72 seconds.
Yeah, so go down to your local oval this afternoon, have a little bit of a stretch, be careful, but see if you can run 72 seconds for one lap of it.
And they do 105.
100, yeah, consecutively.
Consecutive with no rest. That is unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
Even I think back to my own career, and I think it was like a past life running that fast, and doing it with efficiency and making it look like it's easy. That is the key, because you obviously, it's carrying your energy over that amount.
Beautiful scenes, isn't it? Down on the beaches of the Gold Coast, through the residential areas here.
Traffic free.
Yeah.
Today, obviously, that's the benefit of, you enter a marathon and you get to run on some of the world's great streets traffic free.
Hedges Avenue here. It's good property there, Brett, if you're interested. Hook you up with a local real estate agent.
Much
to the beach.
And I like this. It's quite a significant point. They're through 14K. That means nothing to anyone. To me, 1/3 of your journey.
1/3 of the
race. I kind of break it up into thirds, and you can think, well, now I've kind of settled in. The beginning of the race is over, if that's a way of putting it, and you're starting to go, okay, now I'm in that gutsy bit in the middle where we start to sort out things. Am I having a good day? Make sure I get my drinks. Who's in this pack? The pacers are doing a good job. I just need to settle in, and this is real running now.
It's interesting. So you weren't a 5K split or a 10K, I'll do four 10Ks? You were...
No, surprisingly, I was laps of the lake, laps of Lake Wendouree, which people out there won't know, but in my hometown, 6K.
Okay.
7 laps of Lake Wendouree, and I would use those laps to, you know, tick them off as different stages of the race. You cannot think of 42.2K solely in entirety because it's too far. It just destroys you mentally. So every one of these runners, everyone out there today will be having their own break and plan of knowing which sections, breaking it up into little stages of the event.
But what's your running experience?
I ran in high school and college. Was never particularly talented, but I've always loved the sport and continued to run since then. I've run about 80 marathons.
80?
Yeah. And,
PB?
PB is 2:34:43.
Well, that's pretty severe. When was your last one?
I ran Boston in April.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that he says about 80. I think we normally, you
I've lost count,
know exactly.
How many do how many for you, Mona?
Well, 22. I did 22, and that I retired at the Sydney Olympics, and
How many since? You haven't
I've done a
retired?
few since, but I don't.
So 22 is an elite.
That's right.
And how many since?
I really don't know because I call them long runs. I don't call them marathons because I don't go in with the intent of running my best race, you know. So I paced some races here, the 3-hour group here, and when I ran my 22, they were with serious intent. Like these guys now,
as a
they're serious.
You might not believe this looking at me in my dishevelled state, but I ran this race last year and my goal was to break 4 hours, and I ran 3:43 in the test event of the Sydney Olympics back in the day, so I couldn't run that fast, but my goal was to break 4 hours, and it was a stretch, but the paces, Mona, was such a help for that because you could just switch off. There's someone there, two people with a big balloon, and you just sit with them and they're going to carry you to the finish line. And for you to run that experience for the 3 hours, like what a great achievement to break 3 hours for a marathon for people, and you've carried them across the line. You're like the Sherpa.
Yeah, and you feel honoured to be a privilege to be in that position, and you lose a few along the way, and you know, but you hopefully get a few over to realise a dream of running a personal best and breaking a significant barrier that a 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour time can do. And it was nice to have that role.
This is this section of the course where there's a little change next year. It was two-way traffic last year, and it's quite a narrow little stretch. It's one way for cars. There's a big bike lane there that you can see that the runners are sitting in at the moment, but on the way back, the athletes will head back out onto the highway.
And they won't do that. I used to actually quite like you'd have runners come the other way and that interaction, but the clear road, it's quite narrow and it'll have a nice open section.
So just 10 seconds of 10 seconds slower for that last 5K split. So they've just backed off a fraction after that hectic first 10 kilometres. So the pacemakers are still in front, and then Sampiru.
Right.
45.10 is right on where they should be, just very slightly ahead of 3:01 pace to go for that 2:07.00. I noticed Victor, the Kenyan pacer, had kind of dropped back to mid pace, to mid pack. Our other two pacers looking around for him. We've also lost several of the African competitors off the back of the pack. I believe Matthew Samperu, who's our number 2 ranked runner, is the only African left in the main pack at this point.
Which is unusual, as
yeah.
you'd say.
Yeah.
You know, in most elite marathons
people
around the world, you'd expect the Africans to dominate, and we don't see that as much here on the Gold Coast. As we mentioned earlier, we assumed that there would be a strong Japanese presence, and there absolutely is.
Yeah, well, that is interesting because Ayana, the 22-year-old who won in Paris 2:07, was expected to be towards the front. Just his 5th marathon. So Debile is a 2:08 from Dubai. There's quite a few of those Ethiopians and the other Kenyans that you would have expected to have been in this group, particularly this early.
Exactly, it's an early stage. You know, they're professional athletes. You'd imagine they'd come out here in shape, and so it shows that this early, quite quick pace has caught some runners out. There's a significant impact.
That's the Africans who are here at the 2:07, 2:08 level. You know, even for them, 3 minutes per kilometer, 3:01 is going to be PB pace, so it's not easy. And I think, as I said earlier, the travel is a factor in that as well. A little bit of an advantage for the Japanese in that regard.
They might have chosen to sit off this pace, and the chances of them continuing this pace. We hope they do, but they might, get, you know, as they turn and head out. It's very early in the race, so that pace might drop back a little bit. So still a lot to play out yet, Dave.
Yeah, we did see a little shot back down the road, and they look like they're going backwards rather than forwards in terms of their pace. We go back to the women's race, and we've still got the three. It's Khalil, Cheshire, Tanui. Zerhan there as well, and Ymir, the Ethiopian. So
this is very unusual because normally, and we've sort of set it up early, there's lots of men around, there's a big pack, there's women sitting in, hiding in amongst 25 men. There's one male there. This is really unusual. It really is a female race. As they go through 14K, we're seeing a genuine women's race play out here.
What I'm noticing here is I'm not seeing Rhoda Tanu,
no, I don't
who's our two-time winner, who was expected to go for the course record. She's not there. And in discussion with a couple of the athletes, prior to the race, looking at their PBs, 2:24 flat pace was going to be pretty hot for all of them. And the second group was set to go at 2:29 pace, and that was a bit slow. So several of them were expressing hopes for more of a 2:26, 2:27 race, and I think that's what we're seeing here. So just without Rhoda there, I think the rest of them are just backing off and running what they're comfortable doing here based on their PBs.
On the left-hand side is Caroline Khalil, 44-year-old now, personal best of 2:22.34, Frankfurt back in 2:13. What a record though, winner of Boston in 2011, two-time winner of Frankfurt, second at the Commonwealth Games minor in Glasgow in 2014. Jess Jensen, Trengove she was then, was third in that race, was 8th in the world cross country. There's some serious pedigree, 45th marathon, so a lot of experience, and there she is on screen.
Yeah, and we're seeing the African women here and Mongolian KG as well, so this is more what we would expect in an international marathon, and into their racing, and pretty comfortable.
Rebecca Cheshire, 10th marathon for her, 2:29.14 at Valencia, which has become one of the go-to marathon for anyone that wants to run a fast time. 32 years of age. Generally runs just one marathon a year. She's done since she made her debut back in 2013. I mentioned the Mongolian, there's a couple of them here, and KG Gilbarat, selected for the World Championships this year, won the National 1500 metre championship back in 2022. So there's the leaders. Brett, thank you for your time.
Yeah, my pleasure. Always
fascinating
always a pleasure
insight. Great to have you along every year, and we appreciate your support. And
many thanks for having me back.
So we're going to take a quick break. Marathon continues, approaching the 1 hour mark for our elite men. of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, the 45th edition of this race. 15,000 competitors from 50 nations on the streets of the Gold Coast, and pretty good conditions. A little warmer than perhaps expected, but the direct sunlight's not beating down at the moment. There's no shadows on the road. There's a slight cloud cover that's helping them as we look at the lead group of women, and then now back to the men, and the pace here, Mona, has been serious. We heard earlier that a lot of our African runners have out the back, and it's the Japanese contingent in search of the course record, which is held by their compatriot Naoko Kayama of Japan in 2023 at 2:07:40, and they're on that pace at the moment.
They are under that pace and really running fast, and I'm expecting there might be a bit of carnage later on in this race, I reckon, because there's a lot of people in this pack who are either debuting or are running personal best pace, and once the pacers have done their job, it's going to become a race where we'll see how they have dealt with this early fast pace.
So this group, they've gone to the turnaround at Miami, so they've gone down to the bottom of the course and they're now heading back up, so effectively retracing the steps that they have already travelled. They'll take a couple of little diversions onto the Gold Coast Highway, and then they get back up towards the start-finish line at 31k and then head up to Runaway Bay. But they're getting into that area where you're approaching halfway, and you talked before, Mona, about breaking into thirds, and the pace has been serious, and pacemakers have just had to settle them down
a little bit, yeah. And that, obviously, halfway you get a direct indicator of what pace you're on, and I think they've settled now and they're back to, it'll be race record pace, so the pacers are doing a really good job, and you know, looking across the road and seeing the other runners coming through. But they head north for a very long time now. You know, you've got a couple little turns, but basically you're heading north for, you know, the next almost hour of the journey. Yeah. So a long time heading in that direction.
So the 15k split for the women, 52.49, and then no pacemakers here other than the men that are surrounding them. So it's a mix. Got a couple of Kenyans, a couple of Ethiopians, and the Mongolian Galbradrak.
That's at 3:30k pace, so still on about that 2:27 pace, I think, pretty similar to, so the pace maybe even a little bit slower than that, and there's our paces. They're looking back saying, well, we're going a bit slower than we wanted, but they seem quite happy back there. They're having a bit of a chat saying, well, we'll let them just roll along behind us.
And some TV time for Moose, so that'll get on the podcast.
Yeah. So 52.49 through 15k, so just outside that 3:30k pace.
They've been more conservative, haven't they? And we saw that early, you know, from 5 kilometres onwards, that they weren't having anything to do with that women's record of 2:24.22.
I reckon they're more experienced, the women, and they're showing that by running what's probably a race. And they've got good company, good pack here, and they're happy to roll along and make it a race. And you know, as I said, there's still a long way to go. So I think they're running quite sensibly, and they may be taking those slightly humid conditions into account.
So they're heading down towards the turnaround. So they're still heading south. Can't be too far away from that point.
Turnaround, the new turnaround. Now they've added the section on up to SeaWorld. They don't go as far south as what they used to go, so that turns a little bit earlier. Still an important part. You love to have to be turning in, at least you've done one section of the run and you're starting to head in the right direction. Definitely giving them a bit of encouragement, that's for sure. They know they're trying to do the pacing job. That's what they're here for, and they're trying to do the best job they can by encouraging these women to just get on the back and let them do the work.
You can see the support in the cafes and the surf clubs and all of that along this route. People coming out of their homes to support
and being a
the
nice
runners.
morning, a lot of people up and about, and people get up early here on the Gold Coast, so lots of great support out on the course, and we've experienced that. It is a wonderful run to get have spectator support. All parts of this course has spectator support.
And for the rest of the runners, a lot of them they don't have the big names on there. Some of them do, but you know, if you've got your name on your bib and the people, you know, go Sam, go John, go Moose. They have no idea who you are or what you're trying to achieve, but they support you on, and it gives you a boost. And this lead group, so this is this area where they're back on the highway, the redevelopment here of the light rail, which is heading all the way down to Burleigh. It's been a feature of the local infrastructure build. But this is a section you've just got to work through, Mona. It's not that picturesque, but you've got to get to the distance, and it takes that pinch point of Hedges Avenue out for all the runners.
It does, that's right. It's a wider boulevard here, and as you say, with that work on the light rail, it's impacted a little bit on the road, but it's good road surface. They're fine, they're rolling along. And again, unusual just for everyone out there, and a really strong Japanese presence. We're a little bit surprised, not as Africans not having quite the impact that we would normally see at this event, but we know how strong the Japanese history in this event is.
Man in the black singlet in the middle, the two in front of the pacemakers is Oi. We'll come back to him. So Sam Rizzo on debut. Man from Bunningyong is in front here. Sam Lappin behind him.
Looks like he's having a great race.
Yeah.
I'm delighted for Sam. He's making an impact out on the roads, having been a strong stroke.
So he's on that the 31k mark. So he was going past the start-finish area.
Got to go up
on his right-hand side, right? Yep. So let's take a break. We'll come back. We're on an hour into the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for the men. Stay with us.
Here we are, 31 and a half kilometres gone. We've got our first runner coming through in the wheelchair category. It's Sam Rizzo, coached by Richard Coleman. What would the coach be saying? Push on. In fact, Jake Lappin there in the green has overtaken Sam Rizzo. So Jake Lappin heading down the hill there now. It's getting exciting. This is where Rob De Castella said the race starts here at 30Ks, 31K. So we're going to see what comes next. But at the moment, Jake Lappin, our leader on the road.
ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Our lead men are over the hour mark, heading towards the halfway split.
I'm sensing they might have just eased up a bit. We'll see. We'll get that halfway split for you, and we obviously know what pace they'll be on then, but I reckon they're probably just on or just outside that race record pace, which is flying, low-level flying up here on the Gold Coast.
So the two paces, that's Sato and Kubiasa, boy in the middle there, in the black top.
20k in just over an hour, which is 301k pace basically, which is 2:07 running. It's fast running. That's what it is.
Yeah.
The right-on race record pace. So Pace is doing a fantastic job here.
The direct sunlight, Mona, there's none of it at the moment. You can see the bit of cloud cover, but not much of a shadow on the ground. And for this part of the course where they would be running back north in their face the whole way, that's a relief for the runners to be, you know, in those good conditions. No wind and a bit of cloud cover. It's just about as good as you can hope for.
Good as it gets. And oh, look, there's a big pack here. They all look pretty relaxed. They're sitting in behind the pace, letting the pacers do the running. And you know, they look okay. I try to get a read pretty early on. You know, they'll be really interested in that halfway split. They'll know exactly what pace they're on now. They'll know how fast they're running, and some of them here are kind of going, well, it's a bit quicker than we wanted, but we're feeling okay. We're having a good day, and we'll take benefit from that.
Getting back on towards the road alongside the scene, you can see the other athletes heading back down towards Miami. And this is a big boost for both sides of the road here, where if you're on the right-hand side of the screen and on your way down, you love seeing the elites, you marvel at how fast they're going, you get a benefit from them. But for the elites as well, Mona, they'd be interested to have a bit of a diversion at this point of time. Anything that takes your mind off one foot in front of the other is a good thing.
Yeah, and through halfway, they'll be starting to think now, okay, well, at least we've got that first bit done, and hopefully feeling okay. I think we've got about 12 in that lead pack if we're talking about the couple of pacemakers, maybe 3 pacemakers, so we're probably down to 9 or 10, which is still a pretty big pack at this fast pace. They all look pretty comfortable, but we are absolutely hooting out there. So on the polar tracker, that 3-minute Ks, 3:01 K pace is very fast, and they're in that mid-2:7 range, which is fast and right on that men's course record here. And some of the fastest times we've ever seen in Australia on Australian soil. That's what this sort of pace is, and whether they can sustain this or not, they all look pretty relaxed. So we're assuming in that big pack we won't have 12 heading back to the finish line, but there will these are the runners who will be in that finish section. We start identifying the winners of our race, or the podium places. They are in this pack right now. Once the pacers drop out, they'll be on their game, and the pacers can finish, but it's unlikely that they will, especially at this pace, because they've set a cracking pace, as we keep mentioning. So it's fast out there, and it's going to be, as I say, there's going to be a lot of tired bodies coming back in the second half of this race.
Leading Kenyan Matthew Sampiru back in the middle of the field. Diminutive runner is in the white singlet. Seen glimpses of him. 31 years of age, and a personal best of 2:07.25 from Seville in February this year. So making up for his second marathon of the year. Ran a very fast time on debut in Thailand, broke 2:10, and then had a couple of average runs, but bounced back with that run in Seville.
Looks like he's having a pretty good day today, I'd say.
Dakota of Japan in the wheelchair. Dakota Hikanui, 51-year-old. Fifth at the Beijing Paralympics. Holds the Japanese record for 5,000, 10,000 in the marathon.
Hearing he's second out on the road, I think, behind Sam Rizzo.
He won the Gold Coast Marathon here in 2023, and second to Jake Lappin in 2024.
So it looks like Sam's got a pretty big break, as Dakota's just coming over through that 31K mark, I reckon. So it's a fair way down the road. So Sam, I noticed he took a little bit of a peek back, but he won't. All he'll seen is open road behind him, which I think's a good thing.
It's really difficult. We'll talk about it when the elites get to this point, but you go past the finish line, and then it's a different sort of road, a little bit more suburban. You're off the beach once you get up into the area towards Runaway Gut Bay. There's a few strip shopping areas that you go through, but then you get to the turnaround. That's a great shot. Have a look at that. There's some interested spectators.
Wow. That's what you get on the Gold.
Yeah.
We just bring them out roll them out every year for the race.
I wonder what the Polar Pace Tracker would have on them at the moment as they're just going for their casual morning glide.
And coming up for a drink station, were they there?
That's fantastic.
Oh, that is spectacular footage. That's what the Gold Coast Marathon here, the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, that's
I wonder how
what
far
you
off
get.
the beach that is. I'll pull out of that shot and see where they're... that's... can't be too far off the coastline. They are some huge... And that's not far off, is it? If you're out there having a surf this morning and they're going past you, that would be a thrill.
That would be great company to...
Fantastic.
As you're rolling in. Well, great surf breaks, Surfers Paradise. It is Surfers Paradise by name and Surfers Paradise by nature today.
So one of the narrower parts of the course here as they go back towards Broad Beach and then up towards Surfers Paradise Central. This is just coming out of the Broad Beach Parkland, past Corowa Surf Club, etc.
Lots of crowd support here, though, always. Broad Beach is one of the sections I always noted. A couple of roundabouts that you negotiate here and speed bumps, but having that crowd support here, and there is one of those roundabouts, and always want to get in and out of those pretty clean, which they have done.
Broad Beach Bowls Club, that was the venue for the Commonwealth Games. Huge community there. And a lot of the holiday apartments, etc., through this area as well, Mona, where accommodation's full and
absolutely
see
full
athletes going both
weekend.
ways.
I think $50 million economic impact this event has. So that's the impact and the crowds, and we're seeing the mass participation, the runners going the other direction. And I like to move across to the middle of the road just to get a feel of that, share that human spirit that we're out on the road together today.
So the group going the other way, they're probably less than 10k into their race? Maybe a fraction more?
I reckon they might be just over that. Yeah, we'll try and see if we pick up a pacer. We might see one of the pacing groups get an indication on what they're running. So, yeah, they're probably, I'm trying to look and pick them, they might be 6-minute Ks, maybe 5.5-minute Ks. I reckon that pace that they're on.
And all shapes and sizes. I like the marathon. It is an event for anybody. You know, obviously the para-athletes, we're seeing them in action, and here's Jake Lappin as he comes up the hill. It's a difficult climb for Jake as he...
It's probably the only hill on the course, but it is right out the front, and you roll past this area here where we're viewing it from, and you get a downhill on the other side, but you then head away from the finish line, which mentally is very, very challenging for this last 11k.
Two-time winner. Not going to be the winner today, I don't think, for Jake, the man from Canberra. So we'll take a break. Action going to continue. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 45th edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathons. David Colbert, Steve Monaghetti, and we're joined by Leanne Pompiani, who won the China Airlines half marathon yesterday. And great to have you alongside us here, and great experience yesterday. Fast time for you, and you continuing to just take those big steps in your career. You must be thrilled with the way it's going.
Thank you for having me. Yes, I mean, you take each race as it comes, and you're not always on the same path each year. But yeah, happy to get the win yesterday and in the time. So.
You got going a bit near the end. You seemed to pick up. We thought you were probably closer to 70 minutes, but you really must have felt pretty good in the latter stages of the race now.
Yeah, I did. I had an injury not too long ago, so I've had about 3 weeks training. So I came in not knowing what shape I was in, so I thought, look, let's race this race. The first 10K, I felt I was breathing really comfortably, so I thought, well, we'll just pick it up in the second half if I can. And it's good to negative split a race rather than positive split a race. So.
Well, it's unusual.
Yeah.
Must be, how is it mentally? And we'll talk about some of the marathon runners today might be carrying little niggles. Do you just block that out and say, well, I'm in a race and I'm just going to, I'll not worry about my personal injury or niggle and just get out there and race the other ladies that are out there on the start line with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think depends what it is. If it's a serious thing, you have to really pay attention to that and listen to your body with that and think about what your goals are. For me, we've got Sydney Marathon coming up, so that's a big one. And this was a good stepping stone towards that. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's amazing what adrenaline does. You can forget about things during a race, and then and you can have a good one sometimes. So yeah.
So 1:15:29 through 25 kilometres for our leaders in the men's race. Lan, your career, we talked about, you won a couple of Zatapex, 10,000 metre Australian champion, half marathons, but your debut in Nagoya, fastest Australian on debut, 2:24:35, and you made the difficult decision not to run the World Championships. You got picked in the team to run in Tokyo this year, which will be a really hot race, but you're going to run the Sydney Marathon as it makes its debut as a marathon major. First opportunity for you to represent Australia, and you've decided to make that decision. Couldn't have been easy. Totally understandable, of course, but just take us through your thought process.
Yeah, my decision wasn't easy. I've done a few World Cross Country Championships, but this is my first World Athletics Championships as, part of the whole team. And yeah, it wasn't easy, but this is a big year for Sydney, just being the first one. I think, yeah, the atmosphere, it'll be great for the Australians to run Sydney Marathon this year. There's also a bit of financial incentive. Tokyo's going to be quite warm, quite hot actually, and I don't particularly enjoy running long races in the heat, so yeah, it was a tough decision, but hopefully it's not the only World Championship team I make.
I say this sitting next to a medalist from the World Championships. If you look at our women's leaders, they've gone through the halfway mark, 1:14:38 on us, so a little slower than they possibly... we talked about that, the 2:24 or 2:29 pace, and there was a bit of a gap in the middle.
Yes, and I reckon they're racing, so I reckon they're less worried. And for some of these women, they're still PB territory. We're not going to get a race record, but we're going to see a race. And I love that they are just worried, they're in a race situation and a good pack of women here. And we're now seeing the men around. I think they've probably caught a few men, most likely, so it shows that maybe they've just picked the pace up a little bit, but they're probably on that 2:26, 2:27, I think, maybe even outside that 2:28 pace at the moment.
I started talking about the World Championships and the marathon and with the rise of the marathon majors and the other international marathons like we've got here on the Gold Coast. I'm of the view that the marathon shouldn't be at the World Championships, it should be a half marathon model, but you might have a different view on that, having been on the podium.
Well, I did run a few fast half marathons. It was probably my best distance. So I ran 60:06 for a half an hour. I think it wouldn't be a fantastic 1 hour package. Yeah. You've got to run faster, run under an hour.
It's just so challenging, and Leanne's in this situation, and I'd be interested in your view, Leanne, because you've made the decision, not to go to the World Championships and compete for Australia, to run in a marathon major, and that doesn't make any sense to me that you've got that competition where you could run a half marathon at a World Championships and still run in the majors in the marathon.
Yeah, that definitely would work. There's just a lot going on, and trying to pick and choose, and you do have to pick and choose. You can't do it all. But yeah, half marathons are a lot of fun, and you can recover a lot quicker from them.
Yeah.
And you're finding recovery, we haven't spoken about the super shoes, but we talk about you know, people are running faster times now, but technology seems to have allowed you to recover so you can back up and run more marathons. I mean, we used to have a rule we'd only run 1 or 2 a year. Now, you know, and the next day I'd shuffle downstairs, couldn't run, I'd shuffle out for a little walk run, but you recover very well now from marathons and you can back up a bit quicker. No, she's grimacing as I'm saying.
What are you talking about, Mona?
I've done 1 marathon, and I did learn from that it does still take a lot of conditioning. So I think the more marathons you do, the more you'll be conditioned to the distance. But I was very sore after my debut, very, very sore.
And how did you pull up after yesterday? Walking downstairs is still a difficult assignment, that's for sure. And how did you pull up after yesterday?
Probably a little bit sorer than normal, just because of the lack of training I've done. Don't have too many kilometres in my legs the past sort of couple of months, so I'm noticing it today. And
that is stressful for any athlete when they've got time off, but for distance runners in particular, they love the Ks in the legs. And how do you cope with that situation where you've got a little bit of time off?
With injury?
Yeah.
Not well. Yeah, you definitely have to find good people around you and find other things to distract you, and little goals along the way definitely helps. So you can, you know, find the small wins when you finally get back running. And just take us through the experience of running out. You know, I was fortunate enough to run the half marathon yesterday as well, so you know what it's like out on that course. It's picturesque. The encouragement on the road of the people that are sitting on the side, but also the other runners. How was your experience yesterday? Oh, that was definitely the best year we've had. It was very loud the whole way. The runners coming back on the other side, everyone was cheering my name. I couldn't help but smile, so yeah, loved it out there. This lead group of women are just under 2:30 pace, going through halfway on our 14. But there's not much change there. No, and the pace is still looking back, Moose looking back, and they know now they're not going to run the 2:26, 2:27, so I think they've realised, and they'll just keep setting a nice pace for the ladies. So there's our leaders as they head back towards the start-finish area, past the Broadbeach Bowls Club. Got about 400 metres into that finish line, but this is where you're really rolling for home, and you get those run club tents beside you, and you know you're not far away now. He'll know his work is almost done, and you're looking at the time, it's pretty quick, so he'll be happy. Good transition from the track racing to the road. And it's a big World Series as well. We talk about, you know, World Marathon Majors for able bods, but also the wheelies have a big lucrative too, and very lucrative, yeah, around the world, and they're fast. You know, they're great to see out on the road because they are so quick and really competitive races. We've seen Madison de Rosario, one of the best in the world at playing a trade, and Kurt Fernley, and they become household names because of their performances. Well, the journey of the Paralympic athletes, the Sydney Paralympics changed the sport significantly, but the London Paralympics made a huge difference. David Weir in particular in the men's wheelchair class, and the London Marathon putting on a major big prize money. So Sam here's about to take the turn into the finishing area. Absolutely chock is a little later. So pretty good spot to turn there, isn't it, Leanne? I love that last section. It's a good feeling, yep. Here, so maybe a little broke. That's one of our pacemakers. I think our second pacemaker, and
our Japanese runner Aoi there this is our, he's a bit of an unknown quantity, young. He's got a great future. They're a bit excited about this guy in Japan, so...
We'll come back to him. We'll get Sam Rizzo across the line here in the men's wheelchair category. On debut, onto the carpet and across the line. So a winner on debut, Sam Rizzo takes the men's wheelchair win here on the Gold Coast.
He's pumped, very excited.
Swift time too, so he'll be thrilled with that effort.
At 1 hour 31, I reckon he'll be really delighted with that.
So just a little bit more on the Japanese fancies. Ota. So 1:02:30 for the half marathon in Shanghai. On debut in the marathon. Sub 14 minute for 5K, 28:32 for 10K.
There you go, so good track running speed as well.
And Brett Marner told us earlier that his half marathon of 62:30 from Shanghai, he's got a little bit more in the tank than that.
So we're not all that surprised he's here, but it looks like we could be down to a pack of 3 already, which is...
I'm starting to have a look around too. Oh, he's on the right-hand side in the black singlet, and that's Rono coming up behind him. He's hidden away. Told you, Mono, that if you were chancing this, you won't be seen until after halfway, and then all of a sudden you'll pop up and make an appearance.
It counts.
Yep.
And Sam Rizzo officially was at 1 hour 31:11, so terrific result there for Sam. He'd be delighted with that. We saw him pumping there as he crossed the line, so he's happy. And a bit of a break here. I wonder whether they will pack up again. That's why they're looking back. They're seeing, is this a gap that's going to be sustainable, or are we going to close up and get back to that sort of 7 or 8? But at the moment, it's 3 or 4 out on the road.
And all of a sudden, Vincent Kiprono's made his presence known. Tall runner, 20 years of age, Mono, 2:11:49 in Hong Kong, February this year.
And don't be, we're talking sort of 2:7, 2:8 running, but 2:11 in Hong Kong is very good running.
He's only run 2 marathons. His debut was in Kuala Lumpur in October of 2024. We were in 2:18. So we were in 2:18 in October 24 and then 2:11:49 in Hong Kong. So there's these 2 marathons. It was the first time he'd been out of Kenya, and now all of a sudden he's gone to the lead. So he's feeling pretty good.
He's bouncing. I love looking at the different running action. You see the Japanese runners just sort of having more of a lower cadence, faster cadence, but lower. They don't lift their knees, whereas Kiprono's up, and he's like a 100-metre sprinter. He's got the big white socks on as well.
Interesting. I'll be interested in your view on this, man, that he went to the front. He made sure they knew he was there. He bounced around like a boxer, and now he's just settled back. That was just a little statement, I think.
Yeah, that's not something I have the confidence to do, but maybe he just wanted, I don't know, maybe he wanted just the pace, to be honest, keeping honest, and to say, let's keep it moving and then tuck back in.
What did you make of that, Mono?
Oh, yeah, I think he's just probably making sure that they do establish this break, but I don't know, he's bouncing a bit. You don't want to spend any energy going up and down. You want to be, pretty smooth across the road, and I always look at their shoulder, if there's any bounce in the shoulders. He's got a bit more bounce than I'd like, but yeah, he'll need all that energy in this second part of the race, so don't waste it now. No, I don't like the surging up and down either. You want to be really even pace. You don't waste any little surge is going to expend a bit more energy, so you try to be very dead even if you can keep to pace.
That's boring to me. I like the fact that he came up to the front.
Yeah, that's right.
He showed a little
jump, sprinting, fast twitch background.
Absolutely. Bit of showmanship. So we go back to our lead women. The Australians, in terms of the leaders at the moment, Simone Kinnis is in 9th spot, Sarah Short is in 10th spot, but this is our lead.
I might mention Simone's been running and living in Ballarat. Not that I'll get another Ballarat call out. Sam Rizzo, Ballarat, we're just ruling the world, aren't we, Leanne? I'll mention my Ballarat hometown. They're going well on Sarah Short, so we'll keep an eye on those Australians out there. And here's our male pacers, Leanne. They've been looking back. They've spent more time looking back than looking forward because they're off the pace a little bit more out 2:29, 2:30, but a good pack of ladies here.
Yeah, that's going to help. I think sometimes once you realise that the pace, the original pace is sort of not the goal now, you'll just let's stick with the pack, and then when the real race comes a bit later, yeah, we'll see what happens.
So they've riddled them down, haven't they? Still the pacemaker out in front, and then the three behind them. It's Oi, Kiprono. Haven't quite been able to get the.
I think the pacing, yeah, I think the pacers they spoke about going to 30k, which is about just at the edge of this bridge. So, and he looks like his work's almost done. I think they can finish if they want. They're allowed to finish, but I think he's on pacemaking duties today, and he looks pretty happy that he'll get them through 30k. There is 30k. Gee, and well, I've called it. There you go. I was on the money. I'm not normally on the money like that, but he stepped off it. His work here is done.
I'm pretty sure that's Yuki Takai.
It is.
25-year-old from Japan, 2:08 in Osaka in February this year, running his 5th marathon. So now the race is on, and this is the lead trio.
One Kenyan, 2 Japanese, and they all now single file. So I think they're kind of working with each other now. The pace has dropped out. This is always an interesting moment in the race, Dave and Leanne, because the paces drop out. Now, are they going to settle, slow down? Who's going to take the running up? Do they want to establish this break? What are we looking at? What's going to happen? You know, we can see the pace is still at that 3:01 pace, so they're running quick.
He's going to be fascinating to watch Kiprono. He's looking around, he drops back, he surges forward. He's an entertainment machine.
You're going to say fascinated.
Well, he's dropped back.
I'm going to say he's done.
Okay, I think he might be now. That happened in an instant. So that gap has grown significantly, quickly.
He may be thinking that 31k race today, and I'm not sure if he's going to drop back to that second pack, or he might think he's coming into the drink station. But he's definitely not. Gap. Yeah, it's a massive gap in a short space of time, so not sure he's going to impact the finish too much now. That's why you don't want to expend that energy. A message or a lesson out there, lesson well learnt. Kiprono.
And I said I liked it.
Yeah,
I'm going to write that down.
You like the entertainment?
Don't go to the front and bob up and down. I've made a note of that for my next race, as we've got the 2 leaders now.
So 9 seconds, you know, it's about 50 metres, so that's a significant gap. It's not unattainable. That next group could get up, but you'd imagine that these two are the ones who have got the race in their control at the moment. The paces have dropped out through 30k, coming up to that little rise through the start-finish line at 31k, and then they head out in that sort of, not no man's territory, but the difficult part of the race where they head out to Runaway Bay, and it's about 11k, 5.5 out and 5.5 back.
So the race has begun. We heard Rob De Castella, former Australian record holder, world champion, give his emotional address at the start. The race doesn't begin until 30k, so the race has begun. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon as they charge towards the finish.
Thanks, Dave. We're here at the unofficial start line of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. In behind me, we're down to a race into Aoi Ota and Yuki Takai. Steaming up this hill here now, and they're looking to put a big dent into this. On for about a 2:08 finish time, we're thinking at the moment. Just the runner at the front there, Aoi Ota, I'm told ran a very handy 58-minute split in an Ekiden earlier this year. So that's for the half marathon distance. He's on debut. He's in uncharted territory here. Looking really exciting here with our Japanese runners out in front. And Dave, someone just came past me and said it's only 5,193 of your PB long jumps to get around this marathon course today. That's a long, long way.
What about the field?
Took a holiday, took some time to celebrate. Just one day of life. It would be so nice. Holiday, oh yeah, celebrate. Come on, let's celebrate. Holiday.
Welcome back to the 45th ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Here are our two leaders, little grimace from Yuki Takai. He knows what this is about, running his 5th marathon. The leader, the 22-year-old Ota on debut. That's a sign of a man that looks like he's run 32 kilometres, Mona, and knows that the races ahead of him is going to be tough, and the leader looks very comfortable.
He does look very comfortable. Ota, he's pushing along. He's young. He's looking all full of running, looking back and back. They will know each other, so they'll be familiar with each other. But they've established that's a significant break. So I think we're seeing the race leaders and potential podium right here. 1-2 Japanese finish, which wouldn't surprise us, but probably a little bit of a surprise that it's Ota. Takai, certainly one of the favourites leading in, but Ota's a little bit of a surprise. He looks great.
Leanne, tell us about your experience at this stage of the race and your debut marathon for Ota, who's out in front, running on debut in this challenging part at 32 kilometres.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely no expert with only one under my belt, but I think just hopefully that they didn't, use too much mental energy earlier on and just switched off for the first half to even 30k, and now they're, now this is time to focus.
How are you feeling at this stage in your debut?
Yeah, the legs were starting to go, but you know that I knew at 37k that there was no way I wasn't not going to finish. So yeah, it's just staying focused, I think, is the big thing.
As they go through one of the drink stations here, it's an interesting point that you make for the rest of the group here. 15,000 competitors from 50 countries. When you get to that point in the race where you know you're going to make the finish line, it's the feeling that you have in that, because you're fearful. You're fearful that you're not going to make it. What's to come as you get to this point of the race? Am I going to be able to make the finish line? And Leanne summed it up there, Mona, that you know the joy that you feel when you know that you're going to be able to at least make it.
Yes. And finish, especially on debut, just making your first one and being able to call yourself a marathon runner, and you've told all your friends you're doing your first marathon and they all assume you're going to finish.
Yeah.
So until you do, you can't genuinely say that. But it is that sense of satisfaction when you cross the finish line. When it's a relief, but it's also a wonderful, wonderful feeling. And so many of our 15,000 out there today will be getting to experience that.
Yeah, the feeling, you put so much work into it for so long. Like, it feels like a lot of pressure at the start, and once you get to that point where you know you can call yourself a marathoner, it's great.
Especially when you're running so fast, you had a terrific result, and whilst you're fatigued physically, you're mentally having a great run, and I'm sure you're excited and holding together, but holding that excitement, but you knew you were on for a fast and a great result, so it's a pretty good feeling. Yeah, and it doesn't always go that way. You got to take the good ones when they come, and learn from the ones that aren't so good. But that was a good first debut. We're looking forward to it. What a career. Follow this lady, Leanne Popiani, remember that name, got a great marathon.
And you look at, and this is always, it's a similar sort of stepping stone. You start on the track, you have some good 10,000 metre races, you step up to good road races on 10K and the half marathon, etc., and then you make your debut, and that's what Ota is doing here. It reminds me of that quote of Stephen Akari at Mexico Olympics, Mona. My country didn't send me 5,000 miles to start the race, they sent me 5,000 miles to finish.
Yeah. And if you ever got a chance to see the footage of that on wherever YouTube, wherever you watch that, it's wonderful footage.
Well, you, Mona, are one of the leaders of the Australian Marathon. You run with the singlet on, and if you aren't able to finish, you have to take the singlet off.
Yeah, well, you can.
Is that still part of it for the men?
Well, it's my tradition, yeah, for the men. But you're representing your country. If you step off the course, you can let yourself down, but take the singlet off because you don't want to let your country down. So you're not finishing and pulling off within an Australian singlet. So that's the rules.
Man, he is hard. He's a hard man.
Don't worry, I still hear that floating around between training groups now, so...
And is the book of... Do you still have that book of quotes that you give... Because that was a tradition for a little while. Where
that was Adam Diddick's tradition that he started. We would contribute to that and get some quotes to give to runners who were maybe running their first marathon or their first Australian singlet, and giving some inspiration and a bit of encouragement, because those little things, they do work for you. You call them in. So make sure you do, I'm sure Leanne, when she's got that Australian singlet on, you do look down when it gets tough, and representing your country, it's a big, it's different to just doing it for yourself.
And Leanne, you must have taken so much inspiration from what's happened with the Australian women's middle distance and long distance running over the last few years. Benita Willis's Australian record took a long time to go, but then, what we've seen from Sinead Diver and Jess, of course, in the major championships, Izzy Batdor's been producing
Lisa Waitman,
etc., etc. It's some fantastic role models for you, and now you're up there with them.
Yeah, I mean, someone steps it up, and everyone, you have to go with it. And they're huge. I love racing Jess Stenson. She's played a big part in my and helped me with my debut. Gave me lots of advice. She didn't hold back, so I'm really thankful to her. Yeah, but all of them so inspirational, and you just want to be a part of it.
Well, best wishes for what's to come for you in Sydney, and then after that, Commonwealth Games next year, and World Championships, and on the road to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Women's debut marathon was in Los Angeles, Mona, on the streets of Los Angeles. Joan Benoit.
Yep.
Gabrielle Anderson-Schweiss.
In '84, and it's not that long a history, and what a great ambassador for our sport Joni was, or is.
Leanne, thank you for your time. Great to have you along.
Thanks for having me.
All the best.
All the
Look
very
forward to
best.
following you.
Take a quick break. Getting into the business end of the men's race here. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2025 celebrating its 45th anniversary. In fact, ASICS announcing they're in their 30th year of sponsorship. They've done a long-term partnership to continue their support. And these two Japanese runners, we've got the debutant Oi Ota, the 22-year-old, and Yuki Takai. Let's go back to the women's wheelchair race where the irrepressible Madison Di Rosario, 2 times the Commonwealth Games gold medalist, is about to get her 4th win here and comes down to the line. What a champion she is. Madison Di Rosario gets her 4th win on the Gold Coast.
We are got Sporting great at the finish line. She's already
another big year for her, flag bearer in Paris for the Australian Paralympic team.
4 times champion.
She looks happy enough and relieved, I think, a little bit relieved today. She might have trouble with some gear there maybe out on course, but another popular winner here on the Gold Coast.
Back to our lead women's group with Kalel of Kenya, Teshia. And I think it's the Mongolian Galvadrak is in that group as well. I'm not sure. We haven't seen much of Rhoda Tanui, who was looking for her 3rd win here, trying to become just the 2nd athlete to win 3 times, but I don't think she's in that group.
No, I think that might be Imera, I think. How are we pronouncing? Imera, I think, might be the 3rd. Kalal, Cheshire and Imera in there.
Okay, so the Ethiopian, Just Ymir on debut from 1:08 for the half marathon, 68 minutes in Warsaw.
Which is good running, doubling that in on pace. So they're running about still. I think they may have just quickened up a little bit. Still about 3:30 kilometre pace. So
the time for Madison Di Rosario is 1:51.27. A little jostle there for the drinks.
Yes, they are. So I reckon they picked it up a little bit here, and that's why we might be down to our 3 runners. And they're still pacing there, so they're on the back of the paces now.
It looks hard though, doesn't it? And to be fair, it's looked a little bit like that from pretty early in the race for our leaders in the women's.
They're single file, they're making sure they're getting their drink, so I just sense that, yeah, it's pretty warm out there. See, there's Moose taking his drink, and look like they're sweating. They might have put a bit of water on their face as well, but I reckon it's a little bit humid out there, and down to 3 in the women's race, but they're working hard.
So the other one there is Zerhan of Ethiopia, the 23-year-old Mona, in her 2nd marathon. So 2:27.39 in Paris this year, so backing up from April. So it's a pretty quick turnaround.
Yep.
So she is the 3rd of the athletes there in that.
And that's about the pace that they're running, so she's on, should be aware of that pace and be hopefully comfortable at that. Holding her drink for a little bit longer, which is a good sign to make sure she's getting that fluid on board at this crucial part of the race.
So the women are just starting to go past that start-finish area now. The finish line's on the right-hand side, Australia Fair shopping complex on the left-hand side. Crowds building, huge crowds in the parklands to their right, the left of screen.
And they'll grow as the runners, the mass participation runners are out on course, and as they're approaching the finish line, the crowd, spectators out there will swell in numbers as we're seeing their great cheers.
So let's go to Robbo, who's there on site at the start-finish area. In fact, out on the course as our leaders go through. Robbo?
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, we're back here at the unofficial start line of the Gold Coast Marathon here, and we've got the lead women pack coming up here with a few of the paces around them. It's Carolyn Kalel from Kenya, to guest Ima from Ethiopia, and Zerihun also from Ethiopia, a 1, 2, 3 in the lead females. Just a shout out there as well. We've got Will Davies from the Newcastle Runners. Now, that's Rose Davies' brother. and Julian Spence up there as well. Go to the Newcastle runners up there, but the blokes have dwindled down a little bit around the lead females, but the three out in front. In recent years, we've seen some great finishes at the recent editions of the Gold Coast Marathon, and we're going to see that again here with these 1, 2, 3 elite leaders here. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. Up there in the studio, fellas. Someone just walked past and told me, Dave Colbert, that it's only 5,193 of your personal best long jumps to get around this marathon course today. That is a long way.
Well, for that, it always staggers me, Mono. My long jump run, it was 42 metres, and a marathon distance of 42 kilometres. There's a slight difference between those two things. This course that you've run here, you know how difficult. This section, there's a long uphill drag. It's probably the hardest little gradient of the course, and it comes at an emotional time where you know that the race is on in earnest. You can see the finish line on the right-hand side. For the 15,000 that are still to come, they can see people finishing into the chute on their right, but you've still got a long journey. There's a lot of running to go here.
It is. You're spot on, Dave. This is the crucial mental challenge of you've come over that, you're over the hill, you're on the downhill, but you're running away from the finish line. That was at 31k, and this is where the race starts. As Deke mentioned, we sort of call the real race starting at 30k, and they're just through that point, and heading away from that finish line is mentally really challenging.
Whereas for our men, they've now got that huge boost of being at the top of the course, the turnaround, and you are literally on the run home. It's a long run home. It's not quite a finishing straight, but it's a long run to the finish.
But you do feel like you are in that area now, and they're having a race of their lives. They're a chance of winning. They know they've established a pretty clear break. I think we're out to about 30 seconds is the gap to that chasing pack. So they're on the way home. They'll be feeling pretty confident now. They both look in really good shape. They're sharing the running a little bit there. We saw Oda just move off to the left to let Takai past. And Yuki, we're used to Yuki Kawauchi running marathons around the world, and he's a hero in Japan. And we've got another Yuki making his name out on the roads here of the Gold Coast, Yuki Takai. And they look there's an acceleration there. He's absolutely kicked the pace in a bit there. He's just testing Oda to see what he's got. A little surge there, and now he'll kick back and just see there's almost a gap. So Takai's obviously feeling really good.
It's a long 5k though to be sprinting for home. So he didn't look the best of them, of the duo, but this is a gap that's growing. So the experienced Yuki Takai, and I say experienced only because the man behind him, Ota, is on debut, 25 years of age, the leader in his 5th marathon, and that's a bit to go, but that's a gap that becomes a winning margin.
That's a race-winning gap at this stage, and you can tell by the look on Ota's face that he wasn't expecting that surge, and he hasn't responded. And it's now, if Takai, he doesn't need to continue to surge. He's established that break now. We're seeing 12 seconds. That's a quick gap in a short space of time. He knows now he's away. He is running, full of running. He knows he's got this race. He's there in his keeping. If he wants to win, he only has to hold form. He doesn't need to pick up pace. He's got no one in front of him. He knows he's on for a famous victory.
I've done too many marathons to call it too early, Mono. And remember the Gold Coast in 2018, Callum Hawkins, as he came over the bridge, we thought he was home, and all of a sudden, very quickly, you can get the staggers. And our man Michael Shelley won his 2nd Commonwealth Games gold medal. There's a lot that can happen in the last 5 kilometres.
It can, but I'm backing Takai. I'm positive, I'm confident. I always call it early and normally get it wrong, but I'm calling it today. A lot does happen. This is where it's a battle now. It's one of those battles where physically you're starting to get fatigued. You're calling in training. You know you've done the training, but it's nothing like out on race day. You know, you've established a race-winning lead. You're pushing for home, and you're just praying that your body hangs on.
And you mentioned it before, the 5k, you would have something in your mind. You had the lap of Lake Wendouree. Whatever your local run is, you know where the last 5k is. I've now just got whatever it might be. For you, I've got one more lap of Lake Wendouree, and that is in your head for the next 20 minutes or so.
And you start to visualise that, and that's what he's ticking off the K pace. Is my pace the same as it was the last K? I've only got, one more K I do is one less to the finish. All of those positive reinforcements. He knows now he's running for the victory, and he's just got to make sure he keeps that positive mindset. He looks great.
He does. He didn't look that good, did he, when they came past the start-finish area? And we saw the Kenyan Vincent Kiprono briefly make an appearance, and Takai didn't look like he was travelling that well, but he is striding purposefully to the line here. So we're not too far away from taking a short break. We've got our men's leader here.
And that gap is established really quickly, Dave.
Yeah. And the women's race on for dispute as well still.
Yeah. And this is, he's not looking back. I like that. He's looking forward. He knows now it's a race there for his keeping. He's looking up the road ahead. You know, we often see with the Africans looking back, but he's looking forward, looking ahead to victory.
Quick break, finish. Not too far away. Well, you love a purposeful break, and that's what Yuki Takai did with a little under 5 kilometres to go. He's decided that he'd had enough of his young countryman, Moyota. Said, see you later, I'm done, I'm going.
Next barrier there we see is over a timing map there at 38k maybe. But, you know, coming up to 2 hours. Once you hit the 2 hour barrier, for me, I mean...
Unless you Kipchoge and you're unhappy because you didn't break it.
Because you didn't break it. For me, 2 hours was quite significant because I was only out there for another couple of K, 3K or 4K after that. So I was always thinking, once you're in 2 hours, you know, then you're not... And you're going to finish. It's now, you know, you're probably confident your body's going to hold together. He's good arm action. He's starting to lose a little bit. I always look at the knee lift, how high your knee lift is. If there's any change there, we talk about this marathon shuffle, and that's the shuffle when you lose your knee lift and that big quad muscle starts to get a bit of lactic acid and a bit of what we call hitting the wall and running out of glycogen. But he's full of running, looks strong, good arm action, tall, rangy, running tall, and that's what you want to be doing at the 39k mark.
Well, so he's
still
approaching the 39k mark. So the race record 2:07.40 from 2023. His personal best is 2:08.06. He's comfortably inside that at the moment. The 2:08.
He's having the race of his life. Yeah, not only is he's likely to win a major international race here that the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon is, but he's a chance of running a very fast time. And the Japanese, they have some great criteria for running fast.
A couple of kilometres to go, a little over that in fact for our leader, Yuki Takai. And Steve Monaghetti has said is having the race of his life here. He's inside his lifetime best, just running his 5th marathon. Race record a possibility. And I think, Mona, as we look at their split at 35k, they're still ticking them off in the 3-minute Ks, which would get him into the 2:06s. It's a possibility.
We'll get an idea at 40k, so if we can get try and get a 40k split, and we'll know then, because once you start working out 3-minute Ks from that 2.2k is not much. So it's you know, it's about, I used to think if you're running under 7 minutes for that last 2.2, you're going very well.
Well, the 195's always been the 42.195. It's a strange distance, isn't it? It comes from the 1908 Olympics, the 26 miles. And it started at Windsor Castle, so Princess of Wales' children could watch the start, and they had to add the 385 yards to get to the royal box in the stadium, and that's why we've got 42.195 kilometres. It's a bit strange.
Wish it was a little bit. I wish it was 25 miles or about 40k at Athens in 1896. We all would have been happy with that. But I love that it was measured and it's become such an iconic distance, an exact distance, and I love it. And that's what they're running today. Every one of our participants will be covering that distance today, and good on them.
So approaching 40, but also approaching the 2 hour mark. And he's
starting to grimace a little bit now.
Well,
I think
fair enough too.
Yeah, well,
he's been going for an hour and 59 minutes, mate.
Yeah, but you know, he's obviously he's starting to feel it. You need to understand that he's in unknown territory. He's running as fast as he's ever ran before. He wants to win this race. He mentally wants to win, and physically he's starting to fall apart. Your body's starting to say, this is getting hard. And you've just got to fight that feeling and say, no, we're only going to do this for another 10 minutes and we'll be right.
And he'll get a bit of a boost here. He's in this little section on where the water is. There's apartments, holiday apartments, etc. But he'll turn back onto the main strip towards the finish line where all of the running tents are. The big crowd is along that group. His gap is now close to 40 seconds, but he's starting to hurt because he's trying to push as hard as he can to get to the finish.
Yeah, so he's established a winning break. This is a sort of a straight section before you do take that right and left bend. Once you take that, you're home.
Yeah, you're in the finish. Yeah.
Whereas he's still got to get through this little stretch here, but he's running fast. He's running to the win. His body's starting to give him tell him that he's getting tired. He's just got to hold together. This is what all the training's about. This is a significant moment in the race where he says, I'm going to win. It's my race. Now I just want to hold together and get this last couple of K done.
It's also a section where there's not much crowd because they're all starting to assemble further down the road. So it's an interesting mental challenge as he comes along this stretch, and he will get a boost as he takes the left-hand corner, and then the crowd starts to build. You can see the walkway at the end, and you know that the turn into the finishing chute is not too far away. Interesting, Mono, it's his 5th marathon, but it's the first one outside of Japan. So Lake Biwa was his debut in 2019. He ran fast time, 2:10.57, and Beppu wasn't as good as he goes through 40. How's he looking?
2:01, so he's right on. So he's going to run. He's going to be right. We could have a race record. He's going to be right on either race record or his own personal best. So he is definitely having the race of his life.
So 2:07.40 is that time
that we're looking at. Yeah.
And he's 2:08.06. So can he get into the 2:07s as we go back to our lead 3 in the women? So it's to just Yamir on debut for Ethiopia, her first marathon, Caroline Khalil of Kenya, and Alem Zerhan of Ethiopia. Okay, Mono, you dispense with Vincent Kiprono, the Kenyan, after I thought he would look the winner with 10K to go. We thought that Ota was the man in the men's, and it's Takai that's taken up the running. Have you got a winner there amongst those 3 women? In fact, come back to that. I spoke for too long. Go back to
you got me
Takai.
out.
Correct. Yeah. You can have a think about who you think might be looking the best of those 3 women in the leaders, but inside 2K.
Yeah, and we're about to, this is where Yuki Takai will take that right and left turn, so we're not far now from hitting that home stretch. So he is grimacing. We know he's really hurting now, but he's clearly ahead. He would have to absolutely fall apart. So he's got a winning. I reckon he's starting now to think about personal best, sub 2:08. He's looking like he's going to be right on that race record. So you'll be, it's a good payday, get a bonus. It's also just the prestige of breaking course records. Not only are you winning an international marathon, you're also breaking a course record that's, from your fellow countrymen. So
it's a 1-2-3 for Japan at the moment. Ramo Takeuchi's moved up into 3rd place. He's a minute 24 behind our leaders. In fact, it's top 4 for Japan because Mizuki Higashi is in 4th place. Those live results are on the website. You can go and watch the live results, and of course you can track your own friends and family members on the website. Type in the name and you'll get their splits as they go.
That's technology at its best as he takes that left-hand turn and in the home stretch now.
So get a good boost there as he takes. It's a long drag though, 2 kilometres at this point. Short in terms of the journey that you've been on, but long in terms of the desperation to get to the finish line, and We saw in that women's marathon at the Olympics, Mono, the incredible sprint finish. It's rare because it's hard to get the legs moving quickly after you've been going for so long.
You don't want a sprint finish. You want it exactly like this. You're inside the or he's right on that 1K to go, and he knows now he's running to victory, and he's grimacing, but he's smiling on the inside.
So if he can keep that 3-minute pace going, he'll have a new course record, because that is 2:07.40. So he's coming up to that now with 3 minutes to go.
That's it, 1K to go. So he's right on. If he runs a sub 3-minute K, he gets a course record.
He's looking so strong, but he's been like a metronome. 3 minutes was the opening kilometre of the race, and they've been pretty much on that every kilometre for the last 41.
From the get-go. Has he got one more in him, and can we see history on the Gold Coast if he runs a course record on a day that they did set that pace up early? The pacers did a great job, but someone has to take it up. And Takai's done exactly that. Sucking in the big ones. He's working really hard, still got good arm action. He hasn't lost that leg bounce, so he's actually picking it up a little bit. I think we're on track for a course record here. I think he's going to just sneak under. Like we saw yesterday in the half marathon, we might see a men's course record fastest time run here on the Gold Coast. We're certainly going to see a victory for Yuki Takai, but we're seeing some really fast running.
So it gets the boost from all of those running tents, the Run Club boom around the world, but in Australia in particular. And they're all here waiting for their families and friends and training partners to finish their marathon later in the day, but they're full of support here for Yuki Takai. Less than 500 metres to go.
He's starting to get that forward lean. He wants his bodies ahead of his legs now, but he's trying to hold that form. He's about to make that left-hand turn. I reckon it's a minute from that turn.
It's a long turn too, and then
it is a long turn.
And there's a bit of a stretch before you can see the finish line as well. So he's approaching that. He's got a good gap ahead of countryman Ota, Japan. Put on a great race.
Here we go. If it is a minute, he's going to be right on. We are in for a classic finish. Will he know? Probably not. Got the sunnies off. He's got the victory in hand. But now it's the time is of the essence.
He knows now because he can hear the course announcer telling him exactly that. So he comes down to that right-hand turn. The bin chicken's in the way.
5 seconds for the course record.
Take the turn, get on the carpet, and it's going to be touch and go. It's going to be a personal best. 2:08.06. He's going to beat that. But he can see the finish line now. The crowd rises for him. Yuki Takai charging towards the finish line here. Really sprinting in search of a course record. But his first marathon outside of Japan is going to be a victory on the Gold Coast. He hits the line, Yuki Takai. 2:07.33 is the unofficial time. That would be a new course record. We'll wait to get confirmation of that because it's so close. But Yuki Takai has taken the win.
What a run. Fantastic running, fast running. Obviously great conditions out there on the Gold Coast. Gosh, and Ota terrific. He's held on well. Looking at the watch. Fantastic race today as well. Those Japanese contingent have come and they've delivered.
Well, on debut, the 22-year-old put up a fantastic race. He's going to be in the 2:08s, 2:09 maybe. So 2:07.33 the unofficial time. So that looks like it's a new course record. So Ota has finished in second place. And it was a Japanese 1-2-3.
2:08.30 roughly, I think, 2:08.32.
Great debut.
Great debut. He's tired. He's happy to see that finish line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another Japanese in that finishing area.
So Mizuki's in
Mizuki as well.
Fourth spot. So Ota's time, so 58 seconds behind the 2:07.33.
2:08.31.
Yeah, you're better at maths than me. we go back to our lead women. There's only 2 there, Mona, so we've lost one.
I think it
that
might be
group.
Zerahan. Have we lost? I think.
So Khalil and Yamir.
Yes.
So correct.
Well,
so it's the
Zerahan.
Kenyan and Ethiopian, and we've lost the second of the Ethiopians, Alem Zerahan. So they've got past the turnaround too, so they're on their way home.
They are. They're starting to get into their racing now, and still on about that 2:29 marathon pace. And Kalal, very experienced runner, so nothing new. See her up at the lead and controlling this race. And can he hang in there? And do we see a close race, or will there be a break before, like we saw in the men's race? Will there be a significant breakaway?
So just to clean up the results, so Takai was the winner ahead of Ota. It was Ryomi Takeuchi, who was a pacemaker here last year. He was in third in 2:08.38. Let's go down to Dave Robertson, who's at the finish line with our winner, Yuki Takai, course record.
3, 2, 1, go.
In 2013, Ayuki won the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. In 2024, Ayuki won the women's marathon here. And we've got Yuki Takei winning the 45th edition. Congratulations, Yuki. What a run, course record, 32-second PB. How was it today?
そうです。今日も勝負に徹しようと思ってなるべく
focus for the race.
終盤まで力使わないようにして
I try not to use much of the power till the end, and then I want to do
5キロは勝てる自信があったのでしっかり
the last 5 kilometers. I was ready to win,
行き切れたので良かったなと思います。
and I could complete it. So I'm very happy about that.
I know someone else that'll be happy is your coach and your team, the Japan, JR East Japan, the National Rail Company. It was a bit of a train-like performance. Were you channeling your inner train today?
そうですね。チームの先輩方が昨日いい結果出してたので、しっかりその流れに乗れて良かったなって私も思います。
Many a senior athlete from the JR was making good records. I'm glad that I could follow them.
That's right. Yesterday, in fact, 2 of your teammates got PBs, second and third in the half marathon. How happy was it to take this success back to Japan, and what is next for you, Yuki?
日本に帰る次何を狙いますか？
次チームとしてそのニューイヤー駅伝の予選会があるのでしっかりそこで結果を出したいなと思います。
So going back as a team, we have to win for the Ekiden. So we like to focus on that one.
Well, your team, the train is going strong. Good luck and congratulations once again. Our winner of the 45th edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, Yuki Takei.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。
Course record confirmation of that time is now in at 2:07.33, a 1-2-3 for Japan. In fact, they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mona, we knew they had a strong lineup, and Josh Nizuski.
We stronger than that.
No, we didn't see much of Josh, the American, but he has finished in 7th spot, and we'll try and give you the first Australian as soon as we get those results in. Back to the 2 leading women, and they're at 37.6 kilometres, and taking another opportunity to get as much fluid as they can in, and it's Caroline Khalil of Kenya and Tigest Yamir of Ethiopia, who is on debut in the marathon.
On debut and 23 years old, has a very fast half though, 68-minute half, but she's starting to get into that zone where she's in unknown territory, and compare that to Caroline Khalil, who's 44 years of age and the most experienced female runner, one of the most experienced female marathon runners in the world.
On her 45th marathon, so she made her debut back in 2004, winner of Boston. It's a serious run. As
Got
I
a great
mentioned,
CV, yeah.
Bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games, so there's a lot of experience there. I mean, a very short stride, hasn't she? Second place there, and Khalil's sort of the Kenyan, the traditional Kenyan Rift Valley bob along.
Very high arm action, as we know, with a lot of the Kenyan women and Ethiopian, a lot of Africans have that high arm carriage. But yeah, couldn't get two more contrasting marathon experiences here. One very experienced and one on debut, and fast and got a good half, but I'm not sure what that counts for in the back end of a marathon. And you'd back in Caroline Khalil at the moment, but we're in unknown territory for Tigest Yamir.
She doesn't have that many track performances, Yamir. It's more of the half marathon, made her debut in that in 2023. She ran 3. She went from 71 minutes to 69 and then 68. That's her personal best.
Yes. So, you know, she's obviously the 68-minute half, you double that, that's a 2:16 marathon, and they're not running. I usually add about 10 minutes on for the second half, so we get that. And look like we've got some results through for in the men. 7th was Izuweski, 8th the Kenyan, St. Peru, and 8 of the top 10 were Japanese, as you rightly pointed out, Dave. We knew we had a really strong Japanese representation today, and it's been proven out on the road.
Well, the Japanese contingent that we heard that they're back into the top spot in terms of the representation from the 50 countries, such an important part of the Gold Coast Marathon's history and its build, so they'll be thrilled that they've produced such strong results here this year.
Whereas here in the women's, we're seeing the traditional Kenyan-Ethiopian rivalry. I wonder if Emir is just sitting in there and letting Kalel do all the work and getting a carry. She looks pretty comfortable. Not sure if Carolyn Kalel will know Emir and her background and her form. She'll be wondering whether she's got a fast finish, whether she can sustain this running, whether she's going to be beside her in that last bit. You don't, as we mentioned earlier in the men's, you want to be able to enjoy the victory. You don't want to have a sprint finish to know if you're going to win or not. She looks pretty comfortable, I've got to say. Emir at the moment. See one of the men there sneaking around them. They both look quite good and in control as they're heading into the final stage of this women's race today.
She looks good, doesn't she, Emir? I think she's just waiting.
She's looking across, got good eye contact there, so she doesn't seem like she's in trouble at all.
So just dive back into the world results, Mono, for Emir, and doesn't have that many short track races. It's more 10K on the road, but has raced sparingly over the last few years on events that the World Athletics database captures pretty much everything. But So yesterday, the China Airlines half marathon, huge group, and it was Andy Buchanan who ran the fastest time by an Australian on Australian soil, 61.08. And Leanne Pompiani, who was with us earlier, won the women's event. As we go back to the women's marathon here, just joining us, Yuki Takai of Japan has led a Japanese sweep in the men's race, set a course record of 2:07.33. The first Australian, Rhys Edwards, has crossed the line on her in 20th spot. And by my reckoning, he has run 2:17.55.
Congratulations, Rhys. A lovely person and a great ambassador for Australian distance running.
I was just going through the results for... So we've got the very experienced Caroline Khalil of Kenya, 44 years of age, in her 45th marathon on a Boston Marathon, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games. And the youngster, Tigest Yamir of Ethiopia, on debut, 23 years of age, and doesn't have that many track results, Mona. There's been a few road races, etc., but hasn't raced that much either. The World Athletics database, which basically captures these days every race. If you run a local interclub race in Victoria, if it's a categorised race, it appears on the database. But just 2 races last year, 10 miles on the road in Washington, and she ran a half marathon in Spain, ran 69 minutes. And this year, so far, just the one race, the half marathon in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia in February, where she ran 71 minutes. So racing sparingly.
You might have all of that information, but I reckon right now
she looks
Khalil knows she's in a race. So I don't know. I don't reckon she's going to the stats. I think she's saying, I'm in a race here.
Yeah.
I'm very experienced, but I do have this youngster on my shoulder, and she's not getting rid of her that easily. And we're about... we're not far away. We've only got less than 10 minutes to go, and she will. I think Carolyn would want to have established a break, because if she's young, you sense they've probably got younger legs and might have a strong finish. And she's sitting. Ethiopians have a tendency to sit and then make a break, a significant break when they want to, and that's how it's looking right at the moment.
So just gone over the 40k, Matt. Not much difference between their half marathon personal best. Yamir 68.06, Khalil 68.16. Big difference in when those PBs took place.
Yeah.
Yamir 2023 and Khalil was back in 2009.
Yeah, I just sense that Yamir's sort of holding together and thinking, well, I don't know how I'm feeling, but I'm still in this race and I'm in a chance to win. So that's going to give her that extra little spring in her step. So I think we're going to see a pretty close finish here. I don't reckon she's going to take any of the lead until she has to. And when she does, she's going to go for home. And at the moment, we're seeing Caroline Khalil, the very experienced Caroline Khalil, just try to keep this pace rolling and get enough of a break to get away. But it's not happening.
No, she probably doesn't need to have... Well, maybe. We saw Yuki Takai in the men's. He put on that very significant burst of speed about 5 kilometres from the finish line, and wasn't that long after the turnaround. There's Zedahan. She's in 3rd spot.
We assume she's hanging on to 3rd, maybe getting run down. Oh, she looks okay.
She's still in 3rd, yeah. So she's 54 seconds behind the leaders. The 23-year-old from Ethiopia. Just her 2nd marathon. So they're looking at around the 2:30 mark, and not unexpected considering the pace that they went out on, Mono. There were some talk of, a fast time approaching that 2:24, which is the course record, but it was off the cards pretty early.
Early on, and we saw that they were off the pace and struggling with that early pace. So we knew they were more likely to run 2:29, 2:30. But what we have got is a race.
Yep.
We've absolutely got a race on our hands here. And who's going to predict? Is it the experienced marathon runner, or is it the young debutante who's tracked Khalil the whole of this last part of the journey? And to me, it looks like she's waiting to get into that last K. Once they make that as we keep referring to that right and left turn and head into that home stretch, I reckon she might emerge there and make a break. We'll see. That's my prediction. 2nd to 1st, make a break and probably get that victory.
Khalil looks like she's just trying to shake her off at the moment. Just a little surge. Not much in terms of pace, not a a huge increase, but just trying to shake her off. And Khalel's closed the, in fact, sorry, Yamira's closed the gap a fraction. She was back a little bit, now she's right on the heels.
Yeah.
The cycling race, you'd be saying, come on, take the lead.
Yeah, that's right.
Give me a little chop out here, but...
But Khalel has winning form as well, so we're never going to underestimate it. But they're certainly down to, once they do get into that last kilometre, you'd prefer to have the race on your own, but it's going to be a race in two, absolutely. There they go, they've done the right, they've done the left, and they're about to approach a K to go.
It's the last of the little rises. They are little, but at this stage of the race, you do notice as they go over the canals here, there's just a little bit of a rise, and you get the benefit of a little bit of a downhill, although a significant downhill at this stage of the race is worse for your quads than the uphill sometimes. But
well, they say, what's the saying? Make a mountain out of a molehill. Well, that's in a marathon at this stage. That molehill was a mountain, but they've got over the top. And there we go. There's 41k. So remember, it's 42.2 or 195 metres. So they're just about to hit that 1k to go mark. So. Wow, is this a sit-kick race? Ethiopia, Kenya versus Ethiopia. There is that 1k, checking the watch. Khalel, she'll know now. She's in a race for this win.
Pace picking up a fraction. Khalel out in front. Interesting, both athletes have got their watch on the inside, so they're having a look. And I tell you, they're not too worried about the pace at the moment. They're worried about how many metres to go, and it's one of the great advantages and disadvantages of the new watch monitor, because it tells you exactly how many metres you've got to go, and at this stage of the race, you're counting them down. How many laps of that 400-metre track have I got to go?
Not many, 2.5, and there is that 1k mark. So they're inside the last K. And the race is on. They run this long stretch. It is a long stretch before you do make that turn. No surges yet. Who's gonna wait to, you know, they who surge last normally are the winner. How long are we going to wait? Is Tegest Imu going to go, or is she happy to wait? She looks like she's happy to wait. Caroline Khalel got that one last effort. Is she going to go?
Interestingly, hasn't looked back once. She'll sense that she's there, but she's not turning to glance where she's at. Yamir now moving up a fraction. You'll see the boots in the periphery.
Yep, now
that's about to move alongside.
Yeah, that's a significant move. She's starting to make her presence felt.
There we go.
She's
Quick
getting
look.
ready for. She's not going yet, but she's getting ready for the kick. We're going to see a kick down at any stage now to Tegest Imu.
There we go. So a new leader. So inside the final 500 metres, and on debut, Tegest Imu of Ethiopia has taken the lead, sensed that it was only a matter of time for the youngster to take the lead, and now, Mona, she's full of running. We saw that sort of short, choppy stride, but now she's in full flight.
Even got the hands out now. She's in sprinter mode. She's sprinting for home. She knows, has a quick check of the watch. What's the pace going to be? Round she goes. She'll be looking at that turn. She'll see the runners ahead of her making that left turn. She looks great now. How she's changed. Isn't that form change? Looks fantastic. When you know you're winning a race, that's what happens.
Well, it was marathon running form, wasn't it? As well as desperately looking for some stats on the track and the shorter distances to see what sort of sprinting capability she's got. We know what she's got now because we can see it before our eyes, and she's transformed in the last kilometre of the 42-kilometre journey into a sprinter.
Yeah, that's winning form. That's what that is. She turns onto the concrete of the Broadwater Parklands as she makes this last little...
It's always exciting to see a breakout victory from a debutante, and that is what we're seeing here from Tegest Imu.
Great applause from the crowds there, massive crowds. And look at that gap now.
It's going to be sub 230. Be in the 229 something. I love that. Arms are open. Yep. Looks like Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price. She's sprinting that strongly to the finish line. Controlled race, made the move, and now gets to enjoy this magical moment.
Your ASICS Gold Coast Marathon champion.
Her debut in the marathon distance, and it's going to be a winning one for Tegest Imu of Ethiopia. who charges towards the line to take out the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2025.
And Caroline
Very excited. Love that. Look at that joy, the joy of victory. She cannot believe it. She is excited. Around 2:29, 29, I think we'll get an official time there. But
keep on bringing these runners home, Gold Coast.
Caroline Kalal, a brave race, and she'll be happy on the podium again for second place.
Well, she did put up a big fight, didn't she? But it was the youngster. And then Zerahan, LM Zerahan of Ethiopia, just her second marathon. They went out conservatively in the women's race compared to the men who were on that course record throughout. In fact, looked faster than that for some periods of the race, but they settled down and ended up with that course record. The women, it's been a race. So 2:29.24 was the unofficial winning time for Yamir.
It was super finish, didn't we see? And we love that we did see a race unfold in the women's event, and to guess emerging and looking like a sprinter in that last K as she took the lead and ran for home.
So Zerahan's personal best is 2:27.39. It's from Paris this year, so second marathon of the year in the bank. And she'll be happy to be on the podium as well.
ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Come on, make some noise.
Surrounded by the serious male competitors who are trying to break the 2:30, 2:35, whatever is the personal test. But for LM Zerahan, she will be in third place. Around 2:31.
Terrific women's race there, and they're relieved across the finish line. Just sense it was a hard day for the women. They were working really hard from early on off the back of the paces, but done well. They'll be enjoying finishing that big race here today.
Exciting conclusion to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2025. Yuki Takai of Japan, and a course record of 2:07.33 has won the men's race, and Tigesi Yamir on debut for Ethiopia has won the women's race 2:29.34 in perfect conditions for marathon running. That overcast skies, great for marathon running.
Great for
building.
anything. Now look
Yeah.
at that view, that spectacular scenery here on the Gold Coast, and some fast times. Lots of people out there today enjoying the scenery, but also enjoying, hopefully, running a personal best.
I wonder how Wales are going.
Yeah, where are they?
They were making
made
their
it
way
to the
back to
finish
the
line.
start line. They went down to Miami and then turned around and came back towards the finish. It was incredible shots from earlier in the race. A perfect day for marathon running here, and the task for the 15,000 of the runners that are in this field continues on with that cut-off of 6 hours and 20 minutes. So let's go to Dave Robertson, who's at the finish line with the winner of the women's race, Tigges Yimia.
We're here with the first Ethiopian winner at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon since 2017. Congratulations to Tigges Yimia. What a run today on debut. Absolutely smashed it out there. Congrats. How was your experience on course today?
It was good. It was great.
How do you think the marathon is compared to a half marathon? You're keen to do more?
እንዴት ታየዋለሽ ከግማሽ ማራቶን ጋር እንዴት ነው?
ግማሽ ማራቶን ይከብዳል በጣም። ይሄ ሌት ነው። የቱ ጋር እንደምወጣ ነው ያላውቅም። የመጀመሪያዬ ስለሆነ አልከበደኝም። ግን በቃ እንዴት ልሁን የቱ ጋር እንደምወጣ ስለማላውቀው በቃ ያለኝ አማራጭ ተከትዬ መሄድ ነበረ።
Half marathon is very difficult. But this one is I didn't know where can I leave her, you know? I was following her.
I was going to ask your tactics. You look like you are sitting, waiting to kick. Carolyn Killel at the end there, and you came away and sprinted. The commentators were very impressed with your sprinting in the last kilometres. You can go faster, do you think?
ስለ ታክቲክሽ ማወቅ እንፈልጋለን። እንዴት ነበረ ታክቲክሽ?
ታክቲኬ ተከትዬ መሄድ ብቻ ነው። እኔ የቱ ጋር እንደሚወጣ ስለማላውቅ የቱ ጋር ስቶፕ እንደማድረግ ስለማላውቅ ተከትዬ መጣሁ። ግን ደህና ነኝ።
My tactic was only following. I didn't know where I going to leave her, but at the end I left her.
And finally, how has your experience been here on the beautiful Gold Coast? Are you coming back?
እንዴት ነው ልምድሽ? ጎልድ ኮስት ትመለሻለሽ ወይ?
አዎ ደስ ይለኛል ብመጣ። ሰዎችም ሰውም አገሩም ደስ ይላል በጣም ወድጄዋለሁ።
I will be happy to come back. It's a beautiful place. I will be happy to come here.
We will be happy to have you back here. Congratulations once again, Tigges, and we look forward to seeing you. Happy celebrating your amazing run today.
ስላየንሽ ደስ ብሎናል። እንደምትመጪ ተስፋ እናደርጋለን።
እሺ thank you
ምትዩ ካለ
በቃ ፈጣሪ ረድቶኛል።
Well, that is a tough question, isn't it? What do you prefer, the half marathon or the marathon? She's on the debut, and the half marathon is tough when you run as fast as they do, and the marathon can seem a little easier than that, Mona, until you get to the really difficult part. And here come the celebrations for all of these athletes, and they're ticking off their own lifetime best. What's my goal today? Can I go sub 240? Can I run a personal best? Can I break 3 hours? Can I break 4 hours? Can I break 5 hours? Can I break 6 hours, Mona?
That's right. All the training comes to fruition, and you remember those days when you have a good run and you only run personal best very infrequently in your lives. We see lots of world records, but personal bests out there today, there'll be lots of them, and great backstories and history in the making for lots of people out there participating. 15,000, there'll be friendships made, friendships forged that'll last forever. Yeah, look at that celebration. Happy days. Nothing better than seeing and being able to enjoy crossing the finish line of a marathon. Whether it's your debut or your 123rd, they all feel pretty good when you get in that finishing chute.
So we've had two entertaining races here, in the men's race where they went out so fast, looking for that course record, which they did get in the end. The Japanese runners dominating the women's race. It was a race from the start.
I was surprised how fast the men were. They were ahead of race record for a long time, and I thought it was going to be a really challenging second half, but we saw the two Japanese runners really end up running very fast and holding that pace, which was outstanding.
Hands in the air, pump it up. Come on, pump it up. The more fun you have.
I think that was one of the highlights for me. Rob Di Castello, who burst a valve, I think, in his motivational address before the start. We saw our wheelchair events with Madison Di Rosario and Sam Rizzo taking the wins. We saw tremendous half marathons yesterday, fastest ever by an Australian on Australian soil with Andy Buchanan and Pompiani. The 10K, I keep calling it 10,000, the 10K mono, which you listed, won your age group.
Just snuck in my age group, I think. Yeah, it was good out. I love being. You just want to experience the event. It's a run for everybody, and it was terrific to be a part of one of those events yesterday. Calling it Super Saturday, and it was nice to get out on the road again. I'm not racing a lot, but had a couple of family members also running the 5K, so it was a day. There's a race up here, as we know, for everybody. Even Dave Colbert can run a marathon up here.
Well, that last year, half marathon yesterday though, and loved every second of it. So Sam Rizzo was there's some of the William Wallace was out there. Sam Rizzo, we saw, won the men's wheelchair event, Madison Di Rosario, the women's and those 5 kilometre walk.
I don't know if that was Digger or not, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think Digger's out on the course somewhere. Lots of people dressing up, getting into the spirit of the day. You want to pick your uniform wisely, I think, don't you? Sometimes the gorilla suit might be a bit warm.
Bride and groom yesterday in the half marathon in full kit. So, the male had the suit on, and the bride was dressed as a bride running the half marathon. Yeah, I thought that was impressive.
Yeah.
This is early highlights from the men's marathon, and we saw the pacemakers trying to calm the farm of the athletes as they went out
pretty
swiftly. Yeah,
they did.
In the women's race, it was a race from the beginning.
Sam Rizzo there making a break early and coming over the Sundial Bridge with a winning break and rolling to victory.
I wonder if we get a shot of the whales here. And that was one of the highlights.
Yeah, it's a highlight. I tell you, we should give credit to the pacers. They did a great job in taking. We've seen a course record. You only get a course record because the pacers do the job, and we saw that in the men's today. So good on them. Well done. There's Maddie breasting that hill. It's tough up the top over that crest as you go down the other side. You get a nice roll down, but you've got to get up there first.
This was a significant part of the men's race where they dispatched Bruno, the Kenyan, and was left just with the debutant Ota and his teammate Yuki Takai, and they were the ones that got to the turnaround, and then it was Takai that made the stretch for home. Sam Rizzo on debut takes his first win in the Gold Coast Marathon. He's had some success here over the shorter distances.
Oh, well, there you go. That's that hard work. I was saying Maddie up over that hill and seeing that for one of our wheelies. Here's Reece Edwards.
So he finished in 20th spot, the first Australian across the line. 2:17. Matty Di Rosario took out the women's race, fourth time winner here now after wins in 2018 and 2019, and then 2022 she gets the 25 title. I did ask you a question at one point, Mona, who did you think looked the best? And we moved on to something else. You didn't get to answer it, but Ymir there looked fantastic, doesn't he? You look back in hindsight, and then she sat on the back of Khalil for such a long period of time.
Well, I didn't know who she was, so it was hard for me to pick her as the winner, but we know who she is now, Ymir. And I picked it a little bit running into the finish line, which was nice.
And so in the end, it was Yuki Takai with that course record 2:07.33, and Tegest Ymir of Ethiopia 2:29.31 were the winners of the Gold Coast Marathon, the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2025. I love the Queensland icon. The bin chicken got in the way there, Mono, just to get a little bit of screen time.
It did. Perfect timing.
And the action continues as athletes strive towards the finish line. So, Mona, thank you.
Pleasure. Great working with you again, Dave.
Dave Robertson, to all the crew, hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon of 2025.
Gordon crew.
We got Yay, Webb, Gilbert, Justin Lay, Peter Bennell, Dylan Stubbs, Abdi. We got Jason Bennett,
Pete Bennell, the bomber from the Courier Mail.
Rosie Cooper, Nick Gray.
Keep whipping them home, Gold Coast. Donal Hanratty, Max Liu, William Spenceley, Christopher Waters, Mark Corbin, Geordie Miller, Stuart Gray. Good finish here from Mark. Andrew Kidd,
Sean McClure, Andrew Kidd, Darren Jeffries, Grandstand makes a noise!
You're there, hold on. Get him home, Gold Coast. Great running, crew. We've got a group category winner here, Acacia Wadham. She's taking out first position. Oh, yes, Jimmy! Ducky, Acacia, you're taking out your age group. First home in the 25 to 29. Josh Fothergill. That looks uncomfortable.
Come on in, Dave. Hey, the Sydney Striders are on the Gold Coast today. Got your gas. Well done, Natsuki. Hey, buddy, Homestead Harriers, smile. You're done, 42.195. Yeah, on your risky. Hey, guys, if you don't smile, you go back to the highway. You know the rules, right? Come on, Weber, Jacob, Aaron, Rui, Connor. Thank you, Belinda.
Let's go, Jack, you're there. You're home, the blue carpet. It means it's over.
This is the best piece of real estate on the Gold Coast today. It's worth 42.195 kilometres. You earned the carpet. Enjoy it soon.
Took a holiday. Took some time to celebrate. Just one day of life. It would be so nice. Holiday. Oh yeah, celebrate. Come on, let's celebrate. Holiday.
China Airlines, the gateway to the world. seamlessly connecting Taiwan to Asia. With China Airlines, the whole world opens up to you.
Today's students are tomorrow's front line. Today's visionaries will become tomorrow's leaders. And today's research will discover tomorrow's solutions. For ourselves, for others, and for our world. Southern Cross University, transforming tomorrow.
Thank you for supporting our community. As the official charity partner for the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, the Gold Coast Hospital Foundation relies on people like you to help those in critical need. Because of you, we're funding life-saving medical equipment, giving families a place to stay during medical emergencies, and helping cancer patients get to the treatment they need. But the need is still great, and your support still matters. Please donate today at gchfoundation.org.au.
I love them all, pick up my DJs, my DJs. I love my DJs, I love them all, pick up my DJs, my DJs. I love my DJs, I love them all, pick up my DJs, my DJs. I love my DJs, I love them all. On the passion and Maybach. Yes, like how we go way back. It's just my vibe, can you play that? DJ, can you play that? Be on the passion and Maybach. Yes, like how we go way back. It's just my vibe, can you play that? Yeah, DJ, can you play that?
Great job. He's one of the ambassador. Mandy, whoa, Maddie. Jake is there as well. Henry and Mads, good on you guys. Matt, Luke, JB.
All these runners dropping a sub 3 hour marathon today, Pete. A huge performance. Sub 3 is a massive goal for marathon runners around the world.
The legend himself, Mr. Pat Carroll.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Pat Carroll.
Multiple times champion right here in the finish, Jake. The athletes will love the energy.
Yes, Jakey.
Jake Delaney, Reese Haynes.
There we go, so we finish it off. Sub 3 hour marathon for you today.
Anthony George, age group champion, 60 to 64.
Oh, it's age group champion.
Adam Hall, Travis Haber. Go home, gentlemen.
Yeah, Adam wants some love, fans. Adam wants it.
Good work, guys. Your finish line is now metres away.
Let's go, Joey. Matty Salisbury. Aiden Trainin, Jay Dost. Let's go, Matty. You're there, mate. 10 more steps, Matty. 10 more steps.
Well, it's great to be down here, folks, and get on under 3 hours. Go, your money!
Dean Henneman, C. Lee, Matt Boxall. Yes, Deanie, you've done it. A sub 3 hour marathon. The box.
ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, these runners here have averaged just over 4 minutes a kilometre with the 42.2k. On your can.
Hey, Pat, tell us just how difficult is it to train to get a sub 3 hour marathon on a day like today?
Yeah, well, sub 3 hours, these guys are all, and women are all running about at least 5 times a week, sometimes a couple of times a day. weekly long run, close on 35k, and it's pretty much an all year round project. So it's the holy grail to get under 3 hours. My first marathon was here in 1982. I ran 2 hours and 48 minutes, and out of all of my marathons, the only time I had tears is when I crossed the line in my first marathon, 2 hours and 48 minutes. So this is the holy grail for a lot of these runners coming through here. To run under 3 hours is a magnificent achievement. I think we should give all these runners here a big, massive cheer for.
Let's go, Gold Coast, the holy grail of marathon running. Praddy's done it, Curtis has done it, Texas has done it, Amy's done it, Jackson's done it. The holy grail of marathon running, a sub 3 hour run, Luke's done it.
藤代さん、完走お疲れ様です。
Yeah, Callum, good on you, Stevie Payne, Darcy Harris, Alexander Griffiths. You're all home, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the finish line. Yes, good smile. Well done, Georgia. Great work.
Sub 3 hour marathons for Scotty, for Tash, for Dave. Yes, Dave. For Andrew, for Mitchell. Jules, Nathan, a sub 3 hour marathon, the holy grail.
Finlay, great job. Also, Daniel, you're the man. Two Daniels, you both are the man. That's Sonny.
Craig's got a sub 3. Chef Gui's got a sub 3. Andrew's got a sub 3. Let's go, Andy.
Our sub 3 athletes started our first wave today as well, so that race clock is spot on the 3 hours. Have a look. It's got a 2:50 something already on that clock, so you guys are coming on home. Got you, Brad. Welcome home, guys and ladies. To Aaron, well done.
ゴーコースフルマラソン、江端様、お疲れ様です。
Brayden, Jezza, Jun, Sean, Dylan, Blake, Carl, Sam, Fraser, another Sam, Matty. Here we got a wheelchair finisher as well. Bring it home for Tan in the wheelchair marathon.
Well done to Jamie and Luke. Great job, Will. Estonia athlete, Peretz Massa. You did it in the Gold Coast. Come on, keep those hands clapping. Let's go, team.
Let's go, Smurf.
Smurfy, Lockie, Ben, Natalia. Give us a smile, Orange Siglet. Jet, you're home. Sub 3 hours.
ゴーコースマラソン山本様、お疲れ様です。
Grandstand, we want to keep an eye out for that 3 hour pace balloon. When it hits this final shoot, we want to bring him home with Beat That Balloon. Yes, LJ! Those pacers who've been out on course all morning are trying to bring these athletes home to their goal time of a sub 3 hour marathon. You just heard Pat Carroll call it the holy grail of marathon running.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. If you can hear us on course, come on home. 2 minutes to the 3 hours ticks over.
ゴーコースマラソン、的場様、おめでとうございます。
Well done, Danny Lewis. We've got Eric. We've got Chassie out of your there. Bevan, the legend. Good to see from Beckworth Racing. Reed, Sean, the lovely Jill. Sweet and Rugas.
Jill Wilkie, age group winner.
辻様、お疲れ様です。
Crazy Caro, Jack comes on through. Masahiro, Matty J, Speedy, Jacob, Nalendla, Matt, Pep,
That's
your
it,
turn.
Dazzler. Yes, Milner. Yes, boys. Sub 3 hour marathon. A worm across the line. Get ready. Brownie's going to worm over the line, ladies and gentlemen. The first worm finished today. Give it up for Brownie.
time. Get there. Come on, Michelle.
Jackie boy.
Oh, let's go, Michelle, from South Africa.
Let's go, Joy.
お疲れ様です。
15 seconds.
Come on, Cookie. Come on, Angus. Now's the time to bite down. Now, despite what the clock says, the 3-hour pace bus actually started after the race clock started, so we are keeping an eye out for those balloons.
Steve Ashton, well done.
The pacers on course, they're the ones you need to be in front of that balloon. When we see that balloon round the final turn, that's when we need you to get loud, Gold Coast.
So our pacers will run exactly on that 3 hours. There was a staggered start, so to speak. So we got our athlete from the starting spot to the finish start line. These guys are all sub-3.
Yes, AJ! Look at them coming thick and fast. Down, Natty, Cos, Jake, Tommy. Angus, you've done it. Here are the balloons. Beat the balloon. Let's go. Beat that balloon. You're there, Wayne. Let's go, Aaron. Justin K. Brains, Constantine. Beat the balloon. Beat that balloon. Come on, Andrew. Get there.
もう少しです。頑張ってください。
Well done, Ross. Well done to Shane. We got Jake happening there as well. Got you, Rachie. Caspar is home. For Marky. Great job to Curtis as well. Julie, you did it.
中野様、お疲れ様です。
Keep going, Kiki. You're there, Kiki. You're onto the carpet. You're home, Kiki. Head down, Kiki. Come on, Kiki.
Well done to Heather. Great job, Dave.
黒沢様、お疲れ様です。
Here we go. Coming on in. We got Gareth. We got Ed. We got Cooper George. Great job today. Look at the smile on Lauren. Yes, Lauren.
Loz.
Go, Eddie.
Eddie. Ed and Edward and Steve.
Great job,
Ramsey. Clarky wants the feelings, Gold Coast. Superb running from all these athletes this morning.
How are
You're there, Jesus. You're there. You're there.
Jesus.
You're there. Come on, let's go. You're there.
Well done, Cameron.
You're there.
Bria. Great job. Make some noise, grandstand. Yes. Well done, Joe. You did it. Great work, Ella. Yeah. Sub-3. Well done, Hamish. Trevor's there as well. Alex, you did it. How are you? Well done. Wally. Where's Wally? There he is right there, folks. Go you, Ben. Great work. Olivia. Leo. Ryan's going through as well. Maddie. Hank. Job done. Jetstar. I'm landing on time. That's unbelievable. Good stuff.
Yes, Morley, Pitchy, Capsy, Longy, Tristan, Nathan, Lachlan, Jing Chen, welcome home. Great work, Loch. Here we go, Lizzie. Big finish now, Lizzie. You're onto the blue carpet. Baz, you've done it. Jay, you're there. Webby.
Gaia Webster. Looks at the watch. How are you, Barrett Gary?
Oh, here comes an aeroplane celebration from Dan the Man.
Well done to Meredith. Roger.
Luna's happy.
Well done to Hayden.
Big Cozzy Chappie.
The Sandman.
Now's the time to pose for those photos, runners. Make it look easier than it was.
Well done, Alex. You got there, Donnie. Keep running home strong. Get on your Big Nick. That was Nick, by the way.
What did you say?
Big Nick, N.
Just want to make sure you get that. You're careful with that one.
Nice
right,
Jesse, good on you, mates. The Fixed Nutrition team are in the house. Go on, Ash. Big thanks to Jan and the team from Fixed Nutrition. To Events Management Queensland, well done, team. Again, well done, Andy. Razor, great job. Zach, Ollie and Davis.
Here comes Wei Kin Lee onto the blue carpet. Wei, you've done it.
Paul and Tom, great job. Abby, you did it. Jack and Kyle. Yes, Kyle. Great to see you, mates.
Kyoko, you are home in the Gold Coast Marathon, the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
Brendan and Jack are on the blue carpet. Liam, we got Wrigley. Puts the hand up. Tim Tam. Go on, you, Mark.
Big groups finishing now. Let's bring them home, Gold Coast. James and Beck and Adam and Keelan and Jace. Tommy B and Harry.
Here he is. Good on ya. Cooked. He's not cooked. Well done, Nick. Jesse.
Oh, we've got an age group podium runner. She goes all right on road and on the trails. It's Greta Truscott taking out third in the age group.
Well done, Greta. We've got Alfie. Chris is there as well. Keep the smile on the dial, Dave. You're home, buddy. Good on you guys. Bradley, you're home as well. Vanessa, congratulations. And Bones, rattled. Good stuff.
Let's keep the energy up for these athletes as they get to the blue carpet, Gold Coast. Louis and James and Vanzella. They've made the most of the perfect conditions here for the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. It's the best marathon on the planet, and that's why you've all travelled here for it today.
45 years today. Well done, Michael.
Now, boys, I can hear a lot of people have brought the cowbells along. Where's all those bells up there in the crowd? Get those out. This is your song. Get those bells out. Let's get the Gold Coast Marathon band happening up there in the grandstand. Make some noise.
More cowbell. I said more cowbell.
Great job, Benny. Welcome home, Troy boy. What a nice singlet. Well done, Kieran. Home, mates. Congratulations, Samus. Johnny Doe in the house. Good on you, Adam, Justin, Kendall. Good on Nicola and Flynn.
三宅様、ゴーコースマラソン、お疲れ様です。
Aaron Lowe. Great job. Hey, Bales, how was it? Nicholas Pitcher, we got Yuna, JB, Yuck, great job. Scotty, you did it too, Philip. Well done, Jaffa. Jared's home.
Let's go, Homewood. Sean gritting his teeth.
Now, Gold Coast, don't forget as well, if you want to get up on the big screen, scan that QR code on the big screen right now and send us your photos. Send us your posts. We want to see everything that's going on. Hey, Pete, why don't you take a photo of this crowd? Everyone hands up. You love a selfie.
There we go.
Gold Coast, everyone put your hands up in the air. We're going to take a photo of all of you legends. Everyone in the grandstand, hands up, hands up. Hands up, that's it. Beautiful, we're getting some great shots of you. Everyone wave to the drone up in the sky as well. Hashtag may or may not be there, but don't worry about it. That's fine.
You absolutely had me looking up in the sky there.
Yeah, it's up there, I promise. Make some noise, Gold Coast. Let's get a photo and stick it up on the big screen. Well done, legends.
Amy and Mitch and Mellor and Wu Jung. We've got a category winner. It's Karen Sabrino. She's taken out her age group. Pink hair and all, Kaz.
安藤様、ゴールドコーストマラソン。
Gloria
おめでとうございます。
Tomo, Wolfie, what about CK? Good job, Steve.
All right, Gold Coast, get those hands out, clap your hands and make some noise all together on the beat. Clap your hands, clap your hands.
All right,
Let's
Gold
go.
Coast, we've got a runner that needs us to help get him home. He's got Pete Murray under one arm. He's going to do it without the help. Harley, ladies and gentlemen, bring him home. Let's go, Harley. The blue carpet means you're there.
Good on you, Mad Dog. Mad Dog, Steve McKellar. Good on you, Stevie. Josh Stretch comes on in. Athridge and Kyle. Kieran. Vivav. Ethan. Sasha. Great job. Hey, Tim. Good job, man.
Here comes Jen finishing strong. Oliver, Harry.
Go on, yo, Robic. We've got Nathan.
Tess and Troy.
Dylan. Chris. Daniel, come on in. You did it. Also, Andrew, Brent, Simon. Ark. Yeah. APK.
ゴールドコーストマラソン、坂下様、保坂様、完走です。お疲れ様です。
Good on you, Tim.
Let's go, Noxie.
Jackson.
Trent Knox.
Raphael. Woody. Otto. Bruno as well. Bridget and Jonathan. Takahashi.
お月様、おめでとうございます。完走します。ゴールドコーストマラソン、フルマラソン、おめでとうございます。
I know we talked about the sub-3 as being the holy grail, but the times that these runners finishing now are posting, it's truly impressive running, ladies and gentlemen. JC and Ben and Keanu and Angus, you guys, this run is an all-time effort. You've gone sub-3:15 at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. It's a time a lot of people will never even get close to, they couldn't dream of, and you've done it. Dylan, you've done it.
Yeah, Mark from the Rat Pack, you did it as well. WK, Tom and Danny, well done, Mick.
塚田様、ゴールドコーストマラソン、完走おめでとうございます。
STG, Gary, well done, Yoshi. Pezza, David, yes, Wilson, Luke, Brian, Dylan, Ozzy. Come on, Youngie. Come on, Youngie, get there. You are all sub-3:15. Yes, there's the 3:10.
They're sub-3:10 runners, Pete.
How are you, Shelley? Good work, beautiful. Hey, Louis, good job, champion. Shazza, well done, darling. Hey, you better smile, Robbo. The finish line photo's about 10 metres up the road.
Let's go, Oscar. You've hit the blue carpet. Your race has been run. Let's go, Alana. You got this.
DJ Torley spinning the tunes. Going to Torley.
Here we go. Big finish from Joshy Boy down the inside. Let's go, Misty. Let's go.
完走おめでとうございます。
Harvey, well done. Miles almost pulled a hammy. He's got a smile. Go on your wings. We got Gareth. Yung Chong, David. Great job, Lukey. Mackenzie. Mark, you did it. Hey, boys. ML. Yay, buddy.
Liam and Brandon, Dan, you are home. Oh, Michael.
Good on you, DB. This is what sport is all about. When you're down, your best friends are people you don't know.
Just stay to the sides. We got a wheelchair finisher coming through the middle. It's Pete. It's Pistol Pete coming down.
Good on you, morning, Tommy. 7 marathons, 7 states, 7 days.
Yeah, Queensy.
Brave hearts. Got you, Ronnie. Right up, PTL. Oh, and Barker, yeah.
Couple of the Gold Coast Runco athletes running strong down the blue carpet. Jackie and Ryan and Oliver. Theo, you've done it.
Well done, Yoss. Good work, buddy.
Karen Blay taking out her age group.
鈴木様、ゴールドコースマラソン完走おめでとうございます。
Yeah, great job, boys and girls. Got your deal. Well done, Fraser. Hey, Sean, come in the middle. Get you. Jeremy, well done today too, buddy. To Dunlop, to Nico, to Christian, to Hauser. Great job. How you feeling on this side? Make some noise. VIP, give me a wave. VIP, give us a wave. Make some noise. 1, 2, 3. More grog. Go, get more, get more.
Looks like we've got an athlete from the Philippines coming down the chute, flying the flag.
What about this young lady, Shani?
It's Shani. She took out some of the wheelchair races yesterday. She's coming home in the marathon this morning. What a weekend from Shani.
Well done. Great job. Naomi, Oliver, Nicola, you home. Hey, put your hands up in the air or you go back to the highway. Come on home.
Great work, Nicola and Oliver.
Great work, Aiden, Brownman, Charlie. You did it, Coops. Good on you, buddy. Hey, smile, Zach. You did the marathon right here at the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
ゴールドコースマラソン佐藤様完走おめでとうございます。
Flora from the Rat Pack. We've got a plane, Jay. You are ready to land on the Gold Coast Marathon runway. Runway 42.195 is open for business. Got you, Frank. Great job, Jay, Kieran, Hannah. You did it as well. Bezo, Dan, Laura, Davo, and Jimbo. How are you, Lisa? Yeah, good smile, beautiful.
Lisa with the biggest smile I think we've seen on the blue carpet this morning. Daniel getting big cheers and a very special sign as well.
Go you, Jack. We got some signs, Liam. No one likes a quick finisher. All right. Security, watch this lady, please. Watch this lady,
got this.
security.
Let's go, James.
No more
Get there. You got this. The blue carpet means you're home. We're going to stretch it out. Gold Coast, we're going to get James home. Let's go. Let's lift him, Gold Coast.
Get him home, Gold Coast. Make some noise.
Well done, Roachy. James, you're home. Well done. Hold those signs up. Let me see some signs. We've got the Mighty Mark coming up through. Yes. Tomoshi. Nathan, great job. Tom, Eric, Des, Philip.
Come on, Jackson.
50 bucks, mate. 50 bucks.
Stop taking money off people, Pete. Susie, Nat, and one of the Rejuve runners, you are home. You have done it. Phil, yes, Phil. Tarramurra Trotters Running Club. Nitschke and Jack.
Well done, Sammy.
Good job. Here comes Perry celebrating. The next balloons we're keeping an eye out for is our 3:20 pacing group.
Very soon, grandstand, we're going to have a song that you have to do some actions, because if you don't do it, we bring new people in. You go, they come in. So get ready for a bit of fun coming up soon with DJ Torley. Go you, Tim. Come on home, athletes. 3 hours and 20 minutes of run, almost done. Jackson, Pricey, Bianca, David, Danny Andre. Good job, Danny. Well done, Paulie.
Oh, no, I think he lost
Harry.
his phone.
おめでとうございます。
Great job.
It's still recording. Let's do a video for him.
Richard. We need some energy. Come on, make some noise for Tara. Yeah.
おめでとうございます。
Well done, Daniel, Alex, Ryan, Chris. Yako. Well done, Carmen.
おめでとうございます。ゴールドコースマラソン池鶴様、山本様。
Well done, Aiden. Well done, Molly. Looking fast in the red. Dylan and Tony come home super strong as well. Great job, Hunter. The Muna. Bobby. Good hat. I like your hat, Bobby. Smasho, Dean, Baz. Yes, Jason. You're home, buddy. Got your Nick and Tim. Ollie.
You've got it, Jazz, Chris.
Sub 330. Sub 330. Go, Yobi.
Holly, what a run. All these athletes coming in under 3 hours and 30 minutes for the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon.
素晴らしいです。ゴールドコースマラソン。
We've got Sawyer Bean, Robbie and Boggy. Jake, congratulations. Nicole.
We're keeping an eye out for those balloons, Pete.
They will be coming around the corner in a couple of minutes. Good on you, Anthony. Liam, start the warm up.
感想おめでとうございます。
Well done to Alice, to Jamie and KJ, to Jesse. Great job, Al. Scotty, you did it as well, Christian.
That's
Well
it,
done
Al.
to
You're
Joey.
home. You're onto the blue carpet now, Alex. Get there.
The best piece of real estate on the Gold Coast is his blue carpet after 42.195 kilometres. You are home.
Yes, Ryan.
You're legends. Got you, James.
Hogs, Jed. Yes, Jeddy boy.
Alan. Team Try Coaching. Oh, Mr. Tommy TK.
Oh, Paddy back. Jim, what happened, James? What happened? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Marcus, well done. Check your watches. You're very close to the 3:30, guys. Check your watches. You're home under.
This is where we start to see the real grit and determination of the Gold Coast Marathon coming out. Nicholas, we're keeping an eye out for that 3:30 balloon, Pete.
Got you, Lockie and Jay. How are we, boys? Are we happy? You did throw sub 3:30. Come on, Sally. Come on, Tuggy. Padek, Rihanna, F. Oh, yes.
This looks tough to run in. Yeah, Arthur. You've done it, mate. Bottle it. Great to see a bottle of cap out on course.
Well done, Julian and Ray. We got Noah, Grace, you look amazing. Welcome on in. Smile, Bella. Your finish line's open. Hiroshi, great job. Also, Ananu. G'day to the Flanagan family. How are you?
Hi, Mac and Quinn.
Hey, Mac. Hey, Quinn. How are you, beautiful guys?
If you could bring Dad down a coffee, that'd be great. Thank you.
And if you could bring Uncle Peter a water, that'd be better as well.
Actually, water, yeah, good idea.
Got you, Michaela. Mixie.
Oh, the big windmill celebration from Aiden.
Aiden. Herbie.
Herbie wants a bit.
Don't you, Andrew, Jimbo. You're all sub 30. You're all sub 30. Smile, Gilly. You're home.
In a sub 3:30 time, the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon, you have come and conquered this course, Pete.
Have we seen Will Davidson, the V8 supercar? Have we seen Rihanna Crennan, his lovely wife? They're coming down soon. Jay, well done. To Lemon. Squeeze it. You're done. Claudia, come on in. That's the way, man.
安田様、感想おめでとうございます。
We're keeping our eye out for those 3:30 pacer balloons. All these runners coming through ahead of time.
Got you, Dave Gaffey. Coming on through from Team T-Rex. You did it, Caitlin. Join the club.
Let's go, Kelvin. Let's go, Kelvin.
Well done to Sean, Joey, George over the far side.
Yes. Cameron wants to lift on the blue carpet.
Well,
you got this, Steve-O. You got this, Steve-O. You're home. You're there.
The Fixed Nutrition team coming on home. Go you, Stewie, Griff, BJM, Shane. You're there, Liam.
皆様、感想おめでとうございます。高橋様、おめでとうございます。東様、おめでとうございます。西出様、
Oh, look at the yellow shirt flying through the pack. Crispy.
There is a police radar at the back of the finish line. He just got booked for speeding.
He's got a fine coming his way Monday morning.
He was flying in. I had to get out of the road. Patrick, you're home. Welcome on the Australian Defence Force team. To Tommy, Kane.
The best head of hair we've seen cross the line this morning. Colours of the rainbow.
Adrian from Watts Athletics, Freeman, Trev, Michael. You're home. Get up there, Matty. Jai, congratulations. Jared, over to you, Liam.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might look at the clock and think it says 3:35. That's what time the elite started. So all these runners coming in are still ahead of that 3:30 bubble. The 3:30 bus, the pacers, you'll see the balloon come around the corner, and that's when we want to get behind the runners and get them home beating that balloon. Leo, you've done it. Welcome home, mate. Outstanding run.
Got a Swannies there, Matty.
Matty Lee.
Great job. Here comes Whitehead. Got the camera crew. Paparazzi coming on as well. G'day to Ruddick. Come on in. You're home. The ASICS Gold Coast Marathon finish line's open for business. Hayden, Luke, good on you, boys. To Carl, congratulations.
君塚様、おめでとうございます。
Congratulations, Huds. There's Nicole Mack. Also, Kate coming on in. Hey, come on, smile for us. Get over there, photos. Smile.
Remember, runners, this is when the photos will come from.
Memories last forever at the
Fake
finish
the
line.
smile if you have to, Pete.
Go, you butters. Put your hands in the air when you hit that M dot, when you hit the blue carpet. Put those hands up, Amy. Come on.
Yes,
That's the way,
Berner.
Berner. Simon Andrews.
Let's go, Simo.
Well done, champ. There's tears of joy for Alicia. Oh, sorry, Alicia.
Oh, yes, Alicia.
The hand slipped. Well done, Ben.
Great man, Paulie.
Good job. Feltz. Good on you, Chris. Well done. Come on home. Toby, you did it, Fee. Congratulations. Look at Langers.
Yes.
Slacko, good on you, Webby. Yes, the Gold Coast Marathon 2025 celebrates 45 years, and we are celebrating 15,000 plus marathon runners today. Come on in. Tim, Michael. Hands in the air. Come on, guys. Move it up. The more fun you have, the quicker it goes.
You done it, Arthur.
This is the only time you can finish quick. Good on you, Danny.
Disco Stu coming onto the blue carpet as part of the Crosby crew. Stokesy, Tessa, Amy, you've done it. Luke, you've done it. The Zebra's done it.
小渕さん、感想おめでとうございます。
Yeah, Nicholas. Listen to the cheers. It's all for you, Johnny. It's for you, Aussie. It's a Foxman. You're home.
You're there, Tiago.
Well done, Corey.
Good morning, Gold Coast, and welcome to the 45th edition of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. My name is Brooke Hanson. I'm an Olympic champion, and I'm honoured to be your Master of Ceremonies on the main stage for our main presentations today. What a beautiful weekend it has been here on the Gold Coast. We've seen over 39,000 participants compete over these 2 days. It has been outstanding, absolutely outstanding, and continues to get better every single year. Now, to invite firstly to the stage before we move on to our presentations, please put your hands together for the CEO of Events Management Queensland, Ben Mannion. Please give him a round of applause this morning. Ben, what an event it has been. Let's head up here to the podium. You've got your champions, they're about to come out onto stage, but as you look at the amount of people that have competed at this event, you must be pretty proud of what your team's put together.
Yeah, good morning everyone. What a great sight it's been over the last 2 days. As you said, over 39,000 competitors hitting the course, which has been great, culminating in the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon today, where we saw, a record broken in the men's race. Japanese runner again breaking the record, which is we're used to seeing that. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day so far.
Everyone's out there. They're so excited, so pumped, so wonderful to see over 3,000 international competitors come, as well as people from all over Australia that just want to come to the Gold Coast and make this event a bucket list event for them.
Yeah, so 3,500 athletes from international athletes, and they all bring families and friends, which is great. Stay here for a week, take up the whole Gold Coast sun, which has been fantastic. But we got lots of interstate travellers as well. So, 52% of the people that compete here are from out of Queensland, which is a great result for the city. And they come here and, fill the cafes, fill the hotels, fill the restaurants, and that's great for us as well. So we encourage them to get out and celebrate what's been, a great effort for them to compete a marathon today.
And we've seen so many people get involved. Like you said, over 39,000 competitors. We've seen half marathon, 10 kilometre, 5K, the 2K dash for the kids, the marathon, the wheelchair events. There's been something for everyone. But also so special to see people doing the half yesterday and the marathon today. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so the fixed 63.3, over 700 athletes competing the double, the half marathon, the China Airlines half marathon yesterday, the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon today. They definitely deserve a beer, I reckon.
Without a doubt. And so many people doing that. What are you suggesting to the crowd that's out there? You see so many people out there still got their medals on. Of course, family and friends that have come to support. But next year, it's going to be even bigger than this year. If we've got 39,000 this year, will we cap it up at 40,000? Or is it just make sure you're on top of your emails and you're getting in there as quick as you can when those entries open?
Well, we started planning today already for next year. So we trialled the wave starts today. So around about 5,000 people in each of the waves, and somewhat of a success. We'll get all the feedback from all the participants and everyone that was out on course. And we're seeing more people than ever out on course. We've done a lot of work with the community. This is their event. and so many people out in the course, cheering everyone, yelling out the names on the bibs. It's been, fantastic for the community to get involved, to go out and, see their neighbours, have a coffee, have breakfast, and, right across the course, it's been fantastic.
Well, you're the CEO. There's always a lot of pressure on your shoulders. But as I always say, pressure is an absolute privilege. I'm sure you've got the sponsors, the volunteers to also thank today.
Yeah, on behalf of everyone at Events Management Queensland, we want to thank all our wonderful sponsors, particularly ASICS, who's our 30th year with ASICS. We celebrated that on Friday night. It's great to have Mark here, the Managing Director of Oceania, here with us today, and all the ASICS team. But all of our partners, our China Airlines Half Marathon, our Southern Cross University 10K, our Gold Coast Airport 5K. We saw a record in the 5K yesterday with the men's, and the Australia Fair 2 kilometre. The little kids, 1,200 kids yesterday, lighting up the track, which was fantastic. So great partners we've got. We thank them all, as well as Tourism Events Queensland and the City of Gold Coast. They're some fantastic partners to work with.
Well, thank you so much, Ben. Let's hear it for our partners, our sponsors, and also our volunteers of the 45th ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Thank you so much.
Well done, Brookie. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. We will definitely see you next year, bigger and better than ever. Well, it is time. It is time to get these proceedings underway. To first move on to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon results. Please put your hands together for the person presenting our awards for our male and female category, the Managing Director of ASICS, Mark Brutton. Well done, Mark. Now, our place getters today, we'd like to acknowledge the prizes and the sponsors who have provided them with an ASICS pack, Polar Vantage V3 Premium Multi-Sports Watch, Shocks Open Run Pro 2 Bone Conduction Sports Headphones, and a TNU Gold Coast Marathon Special Edition polarized sunglasses. They're taking away some great prizes, of course some prize money as well, but it's time to get them out here, starting with our male competitors in the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon this morning. Let's hear it for third place from Japan, Ryoma Tashaki. Finishing the course in 2 hours, 8 minutes and 38 seconds. Round of applause to our third place getter. We now move on to our second place in the male ASICS Marathon this morning. Another competitor from Japan. Congratulations to Ao Ota. 2:08:31. And your winner of the 2025 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon in a race record of 2 hours, 7 minutes, 33 from Japan. Let's hear it for Yuki Take. Gold Coast, put your hands together for your male ASICS Gold Coast Marathon champions. And if you are able, please rise. Take your hats off for the Japanese national anthem. Thank you so much, Gold Coast, and congratulations to our Japanese podium place getters. Yuki, what a race for you. You must be happy with that result today.
そうですね、とても嬉しく、なんて言うんでしたっけ本当にこうやって海外のレースでしっかり優勝できたことは本当に嬉しいなと思います。
Yes, it was very exciting and very happy, especially this is my very first overseas marathon, so.
Wow, his very first overseas marathon, Gold Coast. He has set a new race record. You must be so happy for your first international race record.
Yes, yes, very.
Very happy. And you must have some people you would like to thank.
特にどなた
特にっていうのはないんですけど、本当に応援してくれた方々全員に本当に感謝したいなって思ってます。
I don't have any specific person, but everybody who cheer me and back me up, I really like to express my gratitude for those.
Definitely, you had so many people cheering you out there today. I've asked every single person that's been up on the podium for the whole weekend, what did they eat for their pre-race meal? And I'd love to hear it from our race record holder this morning. What did you eat before your race record in the ASICS Marathon here on the Gold Coast?
Well, for this morning, I had some rice and tea. That's all I have.
There you go, some rice and tea for our champion this morning. Let's hear it for these three unbelievable competitors, Gold Coast. They have done Japan so proud. Congratulations. One more round of applause for your male marathon winners. We'll get you all in on the main podium for a photo. Yep, perfect. Big smiles. Final round of applause for our podium finishers from Japan. Congratulations. We can't wait to see you back here next year. Yuki, what an absolutely fantastic race. 2 hours, 7 minutes, a new race record this morning. We now move on to the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon female podium place getters. In third place from Ethiopia, let's give a big round of applause to Amashe Zirahan. In a time of 2 hours, 31:17. Incredible. In second place, let's hear it from Kenya. Congratulations to Caroline Kiel. Caroline's time, 2 hours, 29 minutes, 44 seconds. And the winner of the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for 2025, female winner, Tigis Yuma, Ethiopia. Winning in a time of 2 hours, 29 minutes, 44 seconds. I'd ask you to rise, take your hats off for the Ethiopian national anthem. Your winners in the ASICS 2025 Gold Coast Marathon. Absolutely incredible to see our podium finishes, and it was such a close race, a very close race. You have to be so happy with that win today.
ደስተኛ ነሽ ዛሬ?
በጣም ደስተኛ ነኝ።
I'm so happy.
The race was so close. Did you know how close the race was with the girls right near you?
ውድድሩ እንዴት ነበረ? እንዴት ቅርብ ነበረው ላንቺ?
በጣም ቅርብ ነበረ። በደንብ ስለሰራው ስለተዘጋጀው።
I prepared very well, so I got that my job.
And do you love coming to the Gold Coast to race in this event?
ድጋሜ ለመምጣት ትፈልጊያለሽ ወይ ጎልድ ኮስት?
አዎ መምጣት ፈልጋለሁ።
Yeah, I would like to come again.
We cannot wait to see you come back again, definitely, as our reigning champion. I've asked everyone, what did you eat before you raced? What did you eat this morning before the marathon?
ጠዋት ምን በላሽ ከውድድሩ በፊት?
ዳቦ።
It's bread.
Bread. Ate some bread, very good. And then finally, I'm sure you have some people from your team and from the event that you would like to thank.
ከቡድንሽ ማመስገን የምትፈልጊው ማንን ነው?
ጓደኞችን፣ የስራ ባልደረቦችና አሰልጣኝን።
My colleagues from work, my friends, everyone who helped me.
Let's hear it for our winners, Gold Coast. Your winners in the ASICS Female Marathon. Congratulations, ladies. All right, they're having their photo all together. Let's give them a round of applause. What an incredible, incredible group on the podium today. Finishing in 2 hours, 29 minutes, 27 seconds. Unbelievable pace. 3 of them worked so hard together to get great results. Yes, well done, ladies. We now move to our wheelchair competitors, and we had so many great competitors out there again today. They will be taking home some incredible prizes thanks to ASICS and also to our sponsors, Polar Vantage, V3 Premium Multi-Sports Watch, Shocks Open Run Pro 2 Bone Conduction Sports Headphones, our TNU Gold Coast Marathon Special Edition polarised sunglasses, that ASICS pack as well. I want to also bring back to the stage Ben Menyon, our CEO of Event Management Queensland, to present our wheelchair marathon competitors this morning. Thank you so much, Ben. All right, starting with our wheelchair male category. Let's hear it from Australia. Third place, Jake Lappin. In second place from Japan, Kota Hyonku. And your winner of the male wheelchair marathon for the ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for 2025 from Australia. Let's hear it for Samuel Rizzo. Samuel's time, 1 hour, 31, 12 seconds. Outstanding this morning. Big smiles for the camera. Congratulations to all three of you, podium finishers in the wheelchair. But Samuel, I've got to start with you. You just went for it today. You were great from the start all the way to the finish. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, can't complain with that. The boys went really hard at the start, so just tried to get in and made a bit of a break early and thought I made my bed, I better sleep in it, so we just went hard for the whole race.
Tell us about the training that's gone into preparing for this and being here for this moment and taking out that podium win today.
Yeah, been a really big year so far. Did London Marathon earlier in the year, and we've had a few international track series, so done lots and lots of Ks in Canberra, but yeah, huge thank you to my team at home at AIS and ACTAS and my coach.
Gold Coast, it's always a special place to come to, isn't it? We put on the sunshine. I'm glad it was a little bit overcast this morning, so you didn't have that sun just beaming down on you the whole time. But what is it? What is it about coming to this event and just preparing for it, getting ready for it, and then seeing the festival like, you know, I guess, event that it is? It just brings so many people together from all walks of life that can get out there and get their health and fitness goals achieved.
Yeah, the crowd is absolutely amazing here. Like, always love it. Did the 10K a few years back and remember that. So the road surface is absolutely amazing and weather is always amazing. So,
will we see you back next year?
Absolutely.
I've asked everyone. Yeah, round of applause. Now, Samuel, I've asked everyone who's been on the podium for the whole weekend, what did you have for your pre-race meal? So what did you go this morning before you took out this victory?
I had 2 jam sandwiches and juice.
Jam sandwiches and juice. There you go. You've heard it from this absolute legend taking out the Gold Coast Marathon wheelchair today. The next event for you, what have you got to look forward to?
Sydney Marathon next month.
Great. Well, we wish you all the best in that, and we can't wait to see you back next year. Congratulations to you and our podium finishers today. So good. Absolutely outstanding to have so many of our wheelchair competitors out there doing their absolute best today. We now move to our wheelchair female category. Third place, and she's had a huge weekend. She did the 5K yesterday, the 10K yesterday. She's backing it up. Gee, the half yesterday as well. Oh no, she's backed it up today with the marathon. Let's hear it from Australia, Shani Digby. Absolutely incredible weekend. Well done, Shani, third place. We now move to second place, also from Australia. Let's hear it for Michaela Dingley. Congratulations, Michaela. Our our winner of the 2025 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon wheelchair female. Let's hear it. She's a crowd favourite. Let's hear it from Australia, Madison De Rosso. Gold Coast, let's hear it for our 3-place podium finishers in the women's wheelchair marathon today. Big smiles, ladies. Looking forward to our photographer. Hold the trophies up. All right, I'm going to come over and have a quick chat to Madison. Maddie, always so good to see you. You're even out there smiling as you're competing, and I love it. We've got so many people cheering you on the whole time. But what is it? What is it about this podium finish here at the Gold Coast Marathon that's so special to you?
This race is unreal. I feel like these roads they're quite nostalgic for me. You know, racing here in 2018 was such an important point in my career, and it was the people that made it. And I've said this so many times. The best part about this race is we get to be part of the actual marathon. Typically, the elite field, we're so far to the front. We start earlier. We don't get to be a part of what makes the marathon so incredible. But here we actually get to be running with everyone else, and we don't get to do that very often. So it's amazing.
Oh, so good. I absolutely love that it is so inclusive, that everyone's out there together and you've got everyone cheering you on. The festival that is the Gold Coast Marathon, you've been here, you've done it before, you've wanted to come back and do it. What's your advice? You see so many people out there with their medals, and obviously they want to put their fitness, health goals first, but what's the advice for anyone out there when it comes to just getting out there and having a go?
I think you just have to do exactly that, is get out there and have a go. I think the marathon is such a difficult distance that it's intimidating on its own, but I think you've got to respect the full 42 kilometres. I think you've got to ease into it. My first marathon, I had basically sprinted for 30 kilometres and fucked myself. But I think pacing yourself through it, having a lot of respect for the whole 42.2, and it's a beautiful event.
And then I've asked everyone up here, what have they had for their pre-race meal? What did you go this morning?
No, so Michaela and I were just talking about this. I didn't eat before it. So back to your last question, what advice would I give? Don't do that. Don't do a marathon fasted. A lot of wheelchair races do, because we lay on our stomachs in the race chair. So carbs, everybody. Carbs and sugars. Don't do what I do.
Will we see you back here next year?
I hope so. At any time that this fits into my race calendar, I will be here. So fingers crossed for next year.
Now, that race calendar is so big for so many people. What have you got planned for the rest of the year and those major goals for this next 12 months?
Well, it's Sydney Marathon's first year as a major. So end of next month, August 31st, I think a lot of us will be lining up. We've got a huge international field. So, yeah, Sydney.
Awesome. Well, enjoy Sydney. We cannot wait to see you back next year. Lastly, anyone you'd like to thank?
Oh, so many people. My coach drove down from Brisbane this morning just to watch it. She's already on her way back up. These three are all staring at me, so I have to say them. These guys all road trip from Canberra and Sydney up to come and join, so these guys.
I love a road trip. Well done. Go out and celebrate. Enjoy what the Gold Coast has to offer. Congratulations to our podium finishers in our female wheelchair event this morning. Oh, what a delight. Maddie always got the smile on her face. So good to get the advice from her. welcome back to the 2025 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. I'm on the main stage, about to do some very exciting presentations. My name's Brooke Hanson. I'm Olympic champion, honoured to be your master of ceremonies for all of the presentations here at the Gold Coast Marathon. I love being a Gold Coast mum, putting health and fitness first and seeing so many people out there running the marathon over these 2 days. 39,000 of us out there achieving those goals, those lifestyle goals for us all. Keep up the smiles, keep up the fluids, make sure that you are stretching after that big race this morning. But I want you to put your hands together as we bring some incredible Australians and Oceanic competitors forward. So we're going to start by bring out our presenter. And gosh, what a presenter we've got. An incredible marathon runner herself, fellow Olympian, a dual Olympian and former Australian women's marathon record holder. Let's hear it for Benita Willis. All right, starting with our male category in the marathon. It's the Oceanic Marathon Championships. In third place from Queensland Athletics, let's hear it Gold Coast for Alex Harvey. Alex taking the bronze medal today. The Oceania Marathon Championship silver medal from Box Hill Athletics Club, Reese Edwards. And your winner of the Gold Coast Marathon Oceania Marathon Championships, University of Canberra. Let's hear it for Christopher Dryden. Christopher taking out the gold medal in an official time of 2 hours, 17 minutes, 34 seconds. Let's hear it Gold Coast for our Oceania Marathon champions, our podium finishers. Christopher, before you leave, quick chat to you this morning. You've got to be so happy with that, taking out the gold medal as the Oceania champion.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Can't complain with a win, so yeah.
Tell us about the course today.
Course was fast. The conditions were better than last year. I felt good until I wasn't good about 35k in.
So 35k, you think you hit the wall around that time? Was it the mindset that got you through for that next 7.5k to go?
Yeah, the mindset until about 40k, and then the crowd just got me home. The crowd was amazing today, especially around surface, and yeah, Gold Coast is the place to run a good marathon.
I'm sure you've got an incredible group of people behind you, some people that you'd love to thank.
Yes, family from back home, my coach, my physio, and just my training squad from back home, and yeah, but I'm from New Zealand, not Canberra.
And I've asked every single person that's landed on the podium throughout the weekend, whether they've won the 2K dash the whole way through to our marathon runners, what did you eat as your pre-race meal?
I just had chicken and rice.
Chicken and rice, that's the easiest way to go, definitely. Will we see you back here next year?
Absolutely.
Let's hear it for our Oceanic winner this morning. Congratulations. So good to see Christopher taking it out. You can see he's a bit stiff. He's walking off very slowly, a bit of recovery and definitely some massage and physio. We'll now move in to our female competitors in the Oceania Marathon Championships. In third place, unfortunately, she's had to head off, but let's give her a round of applause to Nikki Curry. In second place from Queensland Athletics, it's Ella McCartney. And And in first place, Gold Coast Marathon Oceania Marathon champion from Sandringham Athletics in a time of 2 hours, 37 minutes and 6 seconds. Let's hear it, Gold Coast, for Simone McInnes. Simone representing in the 30 to 34 category. Big smiles, ladies, with those medals. Gold Coast, these are your female Oceania Marathon champions for the ASICS Marathon 2025. All right, Simone, you can't get away that quickly. I have to chat to you about, come up here, don't be scared, come up here and have a chat to me. Tell us about that race this morning.
It was long. No, good conditions, had a lot of fun out there, lots of people cheering, so yeah, really enjoyed it.
Tell us about the training. Everyone here's trained so hard, 39,000 competitors that have really put their health and fitness goals first, but tell us about your personal training leading into this event.
It was a bit of a different build to me, which I think worked well. No matter how much training you do, it's always going to be hard. So, yeah, it was still tough.
Every single athlete always has a great team behind them that allow them to get to the start line and, of course, the finish line. For you, a podium finish, a gold medal today. I'm sure you've got some people you'd love to thank.
Yeah, so my husband, my family, Coach Julian, and yeah, all the people out there cheering today, and of course the sponsors. So yeah, thanks for putting this on.
Yeah, the family, the sponsors, and what about the crowd? Did you hear the Gold Coast crowd along the course?
Definitely did, loved it. Yeah, it really helps when you're out there.
Tell us about those goals that you've got over the next 12 months. We, of course, love having you here. We can't wait to have you back on the Gold Coast next year, but what's next for you?
Honestly, haven't really thought too much about what's next after this. Everything was sort of geared towards this, so we'll see. We'll have a bit of a reset and have a think, but yeah, would love to come back here next year.
We can't wait to see you back next year. I've asked every podium finisher, what was the pre-race meal? What did you have this morning before your marathon?
A couple of pieces of bread, lots of jam, Gatorade, that's about it.
Perfect. And then lastly, what are you going to celebrate? What are you going to celebrate with?
Ice cream.
Ice cream. Well, enjoy that ice cream. Enjoy your time on the Gold Coast. We can't wait to see you back next year. Congratulations, our Oceania champion. So good to see those ladies out there achieving great results. Official time of 2 hours, 37 minutes this morning. All right, we now move on to our final awards here at the 2025 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. We move to our Queensland Marathon champions. In third place in our male category, Gold Coast, let's hear it for Jordan Skelly. Jordan taking up the bronze medal as Queensland bronze medalist today. In the 30 to 34-year-old category, he's done 2 hours, 26, 33 seconds. 2 hours, 26, great time. In silver place, in a time of 2 hours, 22, 48. Let's hear it for Hamish Hamilton. And your Gold Coast Marathon Queensland champion. Let's hear it for Alex Harvey. Alex is in the 30 to 34-year category and finished the marathon in a time of 2 hours, 19 minutes, 40 seconds. Big smiles for the cameras, and we'll get you all on the number one podium together. Gold Coast, let's hear it for our Queensland Marathon champions today. Alex, you are staying with me. You are hanging around. Can't get off it that lightly. Mate, what a race for you. You must be happy with the time and your race today.
Not really happy, but content with it. I think it was a tough day out there for me. I blew up pretty hard at 30k, and part of the motivation was trying to hold on to some of these championships and to still come third in Oceania and win the Queensland champs. I definitely wanted to pull out, and I'm sure a lot of people out there, like, I wanted to, at that 32k mark, you know, you can just pull out and walk across the road. So I had to just trick myself to get past that. But yeah, we got there, we got it done, and we kept grinding away, and hopefully a better result's around the corner.
As athletes and those that are out there training, you've always got that mindset of, you know, it's easier to give up. But what did you do in that moment to say, no, I want to keep going? Was it that gold medal around your neck now? What got you through?
Yeah, it's probably like I DNF'd my last marathon, so that was part of it. I didn't want to have another DNF, and I feel like if you do it too often, it gives you that mentality. And I think the reality with the marathon is it gets hard for everyone. Like, it doesn't matter how fit you are, you win the race today. They're going to have had moments where they probably considered it as well. So it's probably proving to myself that even though you're struggling physically and mentally, there's still a bit more in the tank, and you can still get that last bit done. So needed to get that on the board, and then, yeah, hopefully better next time.
I love that. What about that advice? You've seen this festival of incredible people that are doing a marathon for the first time. Some are back here every single year. Have you got some advice out there for those that just love running, like just love having a go?
Yeah, it's just, I think, knowing that the marathon is bloody hard. Like, we can underestimate it. We go in with this goal and maybe run under 3 hours, and I think you've got to be happy with the result regardless of the time, to know that the effort you put in to get there, and know that not every race can be a PB, even though we really want it to be. So be happy with the process, be happy with the result, and then this is just going to help you for your next race anyway. So
fantastic advice. I've asked everyone who's been up on the podium, what have you done for your pre-race meal? What did you have this morning?
Yeah, I'm a big rice man, so just a bowl of rice for me, raw dog some rice, and that's it at about 3 a.m. this morning.
Good stuff. And what are you celebrating with? We've just heard Simone say it's ice cream. What are you going to celebrate with this afternoon?
I'm going to get straight in the car, drive back to Noosa, and be back with my family, with my 2 kids. So, yeah, I'm sure I'll have to play with some toys with them or something. Hopefully they don't want me to carry him around too much, but no doubt I'll have to carry him up the stairs at some point today.
I love that, celebrating with the family. You've got some friends in the audience, some team that I'm sure behind you that you'd love to thank.
Yeah, like, my family's not here, but big thanks to them. Some supporters out there, Ree and Lockie, who cheered me on the course. And that's the cool thing about putting your name on the bib. Like, the amount of people that shouted my name was just amazing. And when you're hurting and someone yells your name, it just gives you that extra skip in your step that you do push through, and it's very appreciated on course. So,
well, congratulations, safe trip back to Noosa, and we can't wait to see you back here next year.
Thank you. Thanks to all the volunteers in the event, and just an amazing event in general.
Thank you so much. Our gold medalists in the Queensland State Championships, as well as taking up bronze in in the Oceanic Championships as well. We now move to our final presentation here at the main stage. It is our Marathon Queensland Female Champions for 2025. I'll start with our 3rd position, taking up bronze today. Let's hear it for Kate Todd. In 2nd place, taking the silver medal in the Queensland Marathon Championships for female. A big round of applause for Ella McCartney. 2 silvers for Ella today, also taking out silver in the Oceanic Marathon Championship. Doing the marathon in 2 hours 43 minutes today. And our winner in the Queensland Marathon Female Championship for 2025. Let's hear it for Rani Ringi. Completing the course in 2 hours, 37 minutes, 33 seconds. 2 hours, 37 minutes. Big smiles to the cameras, ladies. Gold Coast, put your hands together for your Queensland female champions in the 2025 ASICS Gold Coast Marathon. Congratulations! Oh, you're smiling. You've got to be so happy.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy. Yeah.
Tell us about your race and about the course today.
Well, I live here, so I knew the course every K mark, so I enjoyed everything, and I enjoyed the people around. They all were screaming my name, and it's just nice feeling.
We've heard so many people say how special it is to have your name on your bib and have everyone on the Gold Coast coming out, walking the dog, having a coffee and just cheering for you. It's a special moment, isn't it? Especially as a Gold Coaster.
Yes, home ground.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Tell us about that training that goes into it, because obviously you can't train out on the roads that are closed, but that training that you put into taking out that gold medal and being the fastest in Queensland.
Yeah, we actually train in Main Beach area. It's really nice there, and we meet every morning and do our training, and yeah, it's just home ground. What can I say?
So good. Breakfast this morning, or your pre-race meal, what did you go for?
Bagel and peanut butter and banana.
Love it. Bagel with peanut butter and banana. And what are you celebrating with afterwards? What are you really looking forward to indulging in?
I think few beers in the sun.
That's perfect. Well, Black Hops is over there. I'm sure you can have a few beers here today at the festival. But how special is this, to be a Gold Coaster and to see 39,000 people out here just achieving greatness? What's it mean to you as a Gold Coaster to see this? It's so special.
It's very special. I just can't believe how many runners are out there now. It's just amazing.
And have you got some advice for those runners? They're looking at, coming back again next year, being part of it. What's your advice for anyone out there that maybe as a spectator have just come to support someone else? What's some advice you can give them about this amazing event?
Well, I can say that be ready to be a really hot day out as it was today. But yeah, just enjoy. I mean, it's just all fun, and yeah.
Behind every athlete's an incredible team. I'm sure you've got some people that you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I would like to thank my coach who is actually pacing me today. Thank you, Kyle, if you're still out here. I would like to thank my fiance who always supports me, and he's always there for me. And all the training crew we have. It's so lovely to have you, and I love you all. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Well, we cannot wait to see you back here next year. Congratulations on your gold medal today and taking out the Queensland Championship. Congratulations. Well done. Huge round of applause. Absolutely incredible. So good to see so many of our Queenslanders achieving greatness. That time, again, so fast, 2 hours, 37 minutes today. That is it from the official side of things. My name's Brooke Hanson. I've been absolutely delighted to be the MC for this event again. To all of our finishers, every single one of you in the Fix Nutrition Gold Coast Double. What about you? How special are you? 63.3 kilometres. The ones that did the half marathon yesterday and the full marathon today. Congratulations to all of you, as well as the Gold Coast Marathon Legend Club inductees. We can't forget them. Also, a huge thank you to our naming rights sponsors, ASICS, to China Airways, to Southern Cross University, Gold Coast Airport, Australia Fair, Fix Nutrition, our official charities, Gold Coast Hospital Foundation and Gold Coast Community Fund, to all the volunteers, to the spectators, but most importantly, to every single person that has competed in one or two or even three events over the weekend. Hats off to you. Congratulations. Keep up the great work. Continue to shine. Be the very best that you can be. We can't wait to see you next year at the 36th running of the Gold Coast Marathon. It's time to close the main stage. Congratulations to each and every one of you. And for those that are still out there on the course, we wish them all the best as they get to the finish line this afternoon. Thanks so much. Time for me to drop the mic. All the best, Gold Coast. See you next year.
お疲れ様でした。頑張りました。
Let's go, Heather. You're home. You're on the blue carpet. ASICS Gold Coast Marathon for 2025.
Nagano and Rennie, Jade and Anita, Jay, well done Peng, Matt, well done Ewan, Lev, Jason, Michael, Alan, Tori, Laura and Michael. Well done to Philip.
Attaboy, heat up. Keep bringing them home, Gold Coast. Roberto and Simone. Danielle, Matthew and Smallsy. Oh, Alex is up and about. She's feeling it. Laz is just grooving down the blue carpet.
Well done, Cindy. We've got Claire. They're coming home fast. We must be getting closer at Magic 4.
古田舞子さん、お疲れ様でした。
Lauren and Mel.
Again, I'm pretty sure we're keeping an eye out for that 4.5 hour pace balloon, Pete. Bit of We Got the Chocolates for the podcast fans out there. Lethal from We Got the Chocolates, superb run, sir.
Well done, Susan.
Here we go, Gold Coast. We got to get her home.
藤谷。
Let's go, Rhea. Let's go, Rhea. Come on, Rhea. You've got this, Rhea.
Well done to Martin, to Huss as well, to Jamie, Natasha, to Steffo, Jason as well, Andy, Macca, Doris, Margaret,